A very good afternoon to everyone joining us today. My name is Antonio Montes. I'm the CEO of Headspring, a joint venture of the Financial Times and I Business School. And I'm delighted to welcome you to the fourth edition of Learning Xchange, the global forum for people and corporate leaders, streaming live today from the FT studio in London. When curating this year's event, we asked ourselves, what urgent challenges are high on the agenda of corporate leaders? Artificial intelligence, the future of work, ongoing disruption in the geopolitical environment. And whenever we speak to any of our clients, there is, of course, one recurring theme: change. We live in a time of profound uncertainty and constant change. And as leaders, it's our job to create a way forward so we, our teams, and our business emerge stronger, more resilient, and already anticipating the next challenge. That is why the theme for this year's Learning Xchange is driving innovation in a changing world. We have designed a program specifically for you, the leaders who are responsible for taking organizations forward under this scenario of constant change. We will take a deep dive into AI and the challenges and opportunities that this new technology brings into the workplace. Then we will ask you to look inwards and how you can reshape your own mindsets as a leader. We will also explore ways in which organizations can develop their teams and upskill their entire workforce at a scale and at a pace that keeps them ahead of the speed of change. And finally, we ask our panel of HR and business leaders one important question: how they are shaping the future of work in their organizations. We will be hearing from influential FT journalists, some brilliant minds from the business education world, opinion leaders, and representatives of global companies. But we are also joined by people leaders from across industries and indeed across the world, you, our audience. So we invite you this afternoon to be active participants in this debate. This is a unique opportunity to interact and learn not just from our speakers and panelists, but also from each other. We have a global audience joining us today, so we are welcome to interact and share your thoughts and questions in each of the sessions. I will now hand you over to Monica Steiner, who is at the Financial Times studios and will be your host for this afternoon. Monica is the Global Head of Customer Experience here at Headspring, and we could think of no one better place to guide you through our program. Thank you for joining Learning Xchange, and I hope you enjoyed the journey. Thank you very much. Monica, over to you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Learning Xchange. Our very warm welcome from the FT studio, where today we're going to kick off the Learning Xchange. And for this, it's my great pleasure to introduce you to our keynote speaker, Stephen Bush. In his speech, Navigating the Storm, Stephen will guide us through today's volatile business landscape. He will outline what are the key external pressures businesses are facing and what their top concerns in response should be. And there is no better position to do this. Steve Bush is our associate editor and columnist at the Financial Times. Each morning, his daily newsletter analyzing the latest in UK politics is eagerly awaited, and in some cases, even feared. He also writes a weekly column outlining the geopolitical trends of today. And before joining the FT, he worked for The Telegraph, The Guardian, and The New Statesman, and was awarded the Political Association's Journalist of the Year award. So now, without further ado, Stephen, welcome to the Learning Exchange.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction, Monica, and thanks to all of you for joining us. We have a lot of subject matter specialists to come who will talk about the challenges and opportunities of innovation in a changing world in their specific fields and workplaces. I want to kick us off by talking about what I see and hear in my beat here at the FT of politics, power, and public policy globally, and the political and external headwinds facing businesses as a result. Fortunately, it's a well-timed week to be talking about innovation in a changing world. We've grown used to seeing stunning developments in the field of artificial intelligence, much of it driven by the researchers at OpenAI. What is clear is that across every aspect of life, how we live and work with artificial intelligence, and with generative AI in particular, is going to be the biggest and most far-reaching change, at the very least, since the invention of the internet. Given we aren't still wholly clear on what the ultimate consequences of the invention of the internet are, I'm not going to speculate on what the ultimate consequences of the development of generative AI, when full-scale, greater than human intelligence will be achieved, or if that is even achievable. I don't know what the consequences will be, and I don't think it's all that helpful to guess. What we do know is those consequences will be large and far-reaching. Understandably, the debate over those consequences pits those who favour an innovation at all costs, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead approach to innovation versus a softly, how do we avoid destroying ourselves and benefit humanity approach. Now, both those positions are caricatures, but they are useful ones. I think people who worry about AI risk and the cost to humanity, broadly speaking, the EA effective altruism tendency, are correct to say that sooner or later we're going to develop intelligences greater than our own, and this is going to be a huge deal for humanity. I think the so-called EAC movement, effective accelerationists, the don't worry, be happy AI researchers, can sometimes be too Panglossian, far too quick to dismiss concerns about risk. But they're right to say that ultimately you can't really stop innovation. Knowledge can't be unlearned. Just look at the various attempts by governments to ban encryption in communication for an example of that. Any two people can sit together and work out a fail-safe encryption and only they understand. That knowledge can't be lost and unlearned. We were given a further example of the futility of stopping innovation this week too. Once again, we saw a stunning development courtesy of the researchers of OpenAI, this time in corporate governance. This isn't a speech just about AI, but I think there are three broad things worth noting about Sam Altman's off-again, on-again relationship with OpenAI and its near wholesale remaking of its board. The first is that staff matter, particularly highly skilled, highly sought-after staff. If you can't, as OpenAI's board could not, carry most of your staff with you, you're very unlikely to be able to succeed. Yes, in some cases, when technology or a labour market shifts power away from your people, you can get away with it. But those cases don't pop up very often, and shifts in technology in the labour market can just as easily hand power to your people and away from you. The second is you can't stop innovation, or at least the private sector can't. Whether at OpenAI, Microsoft, or somewhere else, research and innovation are going to take place. Now, that isn't much comfort if your workforce or your government stops you innovating. Trade still takes place in Europe after Brexit, after all, but for British companies and workers who have a smaller share of that trade, that is cold comfort. It is, however, an important argument to make when you face internal or external opposition. Yes, innovation can be painful, but it can't be stopped. The only choice is to be on rather than under the bus. The third, closely linked to the second, is that governments are going to inevitably take from this that they are going to be the ones who do the heavy lifting as far as regulating innovation in the AI space is concerned, for good and for ill. The big myth of the EA safety crowd has always been to say that they're working on a technology every bit as transformative and risky as the development of nuclear weapons, but then the solution could be found by getting a non-profit to oversee a for-profit company. A lot of AI researchers like to compare themselves to Oppenheimer, but nuclear proliferation was only ever going to be managed by states, not individuals or companies. The lesson that governments are already taking is they're the only game in town for these new technologies. Now, the good news is governments have the popular legitimacy that the rest of us lack. The bad news is they tend to be better at regulating to avoid harm than fostering innovation. And the second piece of bad news is governments tend to regulate only after a disaster. And if the AI risk warriors are right, then we aren't likely to get a do-over on regulating AI. Nonetheless, we are where we are. Governments are going to take the lead on regulating AI and innovation, just like they do on almost everything else. Note, though, that I use the word governments plural there. The paradox is that, as recent events have reminded us, competition drives innovation, and no amount of localized political or social pressure can stop it entirely. Knowledge can't be unlearned. So, fortunately or unfortunately, only governments working together in concert can really pull the brake on innovation. And the forces driving governments apart and making global cooperation harder at a political level are still very powerful. But because of those forces, how you can innovate and who regulates you will be decided by multiple governments in different places. The bad news is that many of these governments will be anti-innovation and will make your lives harder. Yes, there are bright spots. In Poland, Donald Tusk has defeated the PiS government and potentially turned the tide against populism there. Here in the United Kingdom, whatever one thinks of the political choice on offer, Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer both represent a repudiation of the populist tide within their parties, albeit potentially only a temporary repudiation. Over the next 12 months, we will see elections in the world's largest democracy, India, and the world's most important democracy, the United States, that will show that the forces of division, populism, and nationalism are still very powerful. Can Donald Trump win again? The answer is clearly yes. We can see that Trumpish candidates are underperforming more moderate Republican Party ones at elections, but it's far from clear that underperformance will be large enough and geographically dispersed enough for Joe Biden to be re-elected. If Joe Biden wins again, that will, of course, be a particular relief for those of us here in Europe, given what Trump has said about the war in Ukraine, and a relief for American democracy, given what Trump has said about the 2020 election. But the Trump effect will persist regardless. Biden's government is more protectionist and more interventionist, in part because of Trump's victory in 2016. At a local and federal level, anyone who does business in America will have to contend with radical experiments of one kind or another, whether the unorthodox anti-crime, or perhaps that should be pro-crime, policies of the US left in some cities, or the socially conservative and pro-censorship policies of the US right in some state legislatures, such as Florida. Because, as I said earlier, the United States remains the world's most important country, and because it drives conversation everywhere, what happens there matters a great deal. Equally importantly, the things driving polarization and division in the United States are the same things roiling politics the world over. What are those things? Well, innovation is in of itself one of them. Changes in how we communicate mean that we can curate our own news environment. Businesses of every kind can service our needs better and in a more individualized manner. These two things create higher expectations for public services and for government. Understandably, people want and expect as high a standard of delivery from the state as from the private sector. Added to that, innovations in medicine and healthcare mean people live longer and cost more. Here in the United Kingdom, I'm speaking to you on the same day as the government sets out its spending plans. Successive Conservative finance ministers have struggled to get out from under the shadow of what the Conservative governments of the 1980s achieved. It's illustrative to look at the demographic challenges faced then and now. In the 1980s, most of us died in our 70s and 80s, often as the result of some kind of cardiovascular incident, a heart attack, or a stroke. Now, many more of us are living into our 90s and dying after a long period battling overlapping comorbidities. It's good that many of us are living longer and fulfilling lives, but it does also cost more. We also know more. The era in which Francois Mitterrand, as president of France, could have a mistress, a second family, and a secret illness in office is now long past. So when we talk about how the corporate and political leaders were giants compared to the pygmies we have today, a big part of that unflattering and I think wholly misplaced view is that today's leaders face greater exposure to scrutiny than ever before. And for some people, the innovation has meant the loss of jobs and or their status. Take all that together, high expectations of what government can and should do, higher costs for what governments already do, and resentment at that loss of income and prestige, and you have the petri dish for the various populist eruptions we've seen the world over and will continue to see. Those political forces also pose challenges for business leaders too. Anxiety about job security and status is the biggest part, I think, of why diversity and inclusion efforts are controversial and provoke anxiety. Yes, for a minority, their opposition to those efforts are driven by straightforward sexism or bigotry, but that's a largely trivial minority. For many more, their anxieties are driven by legitimate concerns over what those efforts mean for them. Just as political leaders have to navigate the demands to be as responsive and effective as modern business leaders, increasingly business leaders face demands from their own staffers and customers to speak about political and social causes. Almost every leader now faces pressure to lead a full service organization, if you will, not in terms of marketing or financial advice, but in terms of political and social activism. There are two big challenges to innovative leadership here. One is the political and democratic pressures driving those forces in the political world mean that states pull the brakes on innovation. The second is the demand from within organizations from clients to speak on issues of social and political concern ultimately drags you away from your core purpose, alienates other and less vocal staff members and clients, and gets you into a lot of difficulty. How can leaders navigate this storm? I think there are some broad principles that are helpful here, but I'm sure many others will disagree, while hopefully other speakers will add greater depth and insight. Leaders will need to know code and to speak code. I don't mean that you should be able to muck in with your product team or develop your own large language models. The days in which understanding COBOL, the deeply unpleasant and hard-to-use coding language that undergirds much of the world's technological infrastructure, guaranteed you a boring but well-paid job for life, have been put to an end by AI. Though if we do want machines to kill us, making AI handle COBOL does seem like a good way to give them a legitimate grievance. But seriously, what I mean is you need to be able to understand how these things work, what their limitations are, and to be able to talk about them to your workforce and your clients. The basic fundamentals of what this technology does and means have to be within the toolkit of all leaders, whether you run an organization, you're head of its HR, or you run a team within that organization. That knowledge also allows you to be clear-eyed about the limitations of that technology. Two parochial UK examples are a good indication of the importance of that. In the private sector, almost a decade ago, a crash at the Alton Towers theme park saw 2 people end up having life-changing injuries. Subsequent investigation found workers had overridden the computer. They'd dispatched a safety car, which didn't come back, and when the system stopped working, they decided they knew best without checking. When humans do not work well with the machine, tragedy can strike. But equally, when humans treat the machine as an all-knowing and mysterious god, things can go wrong too. After the closure of schools, British politicians tried to use an algorithm to allocate grades. I use that word algorithm very generously in this context, as they had no decent data to do it with. Unsurprisingly, this algorithm did not command public support, and it may well have set back the use of data in UK government policy by years as a result. Leaders of all kinds need to know how this stuff works, and to be able to talk about it with their workers and clients. Most of all, the best way to navigate the storm is to be clear both with yourself about what you want to achieve and with others. The age of transparency that means a French president can't have a secret mistress or a hidden illness means that the days in which corporate strategy could be kept locked in a black box somewhere are also over. You have to be able to communicate your intentions and to have the courage to stick to your plan. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for this very insightful talk. And I think this talk sets a little bit the scene of the challenges we are going to face this afternoon. And it has raised many, many questions. And to pick just one thread, I was particularly struck by your comments about the backlash against technological innovation in this workplace. This includes not just political reaction, but also how employees might respond if changes aren't managed well and they don't feel involved in the process. So I'm very delighted that Stephen will continue staying with us to moderate our next session with the title AI and the Future of Work, What Lays Ahead, where we will continue exploring just that. Please, if you have any questions throughout the session, share them with us. You will find the instructions to send your questions on the screen and on the chat. And before I hand back over to Stephen to introduce our next panel of experts, I'd also like to share with you a video of how we work at Headspring with our clients.
Here at Headspring, when clients approach us, they usually come with a problem. But the reality is they have only uncovered the symptoms rather than the real cause of those problems. That's why we go deeper. We believe the first step to successfully creating change is to identify the deep-rooted causes of performance gaps. And to do that, we apply a 7-step methodology. The first step is to align learning objectives to the business strategy. And then secondly, define what success looks like. Step 3 is all about personas, while step 4 is all about identifying their learning needs. After that, we work with the clients to understand what kind of learning cultures they have in place, as well as identifying which tools and methodologies are right for them. Finally, it is important to define boundaries and run a complete stakeholder mapping. Uncovering deep-rooted problems can be uncomfortable and challenging, but it is an essential step in taking the right learning and development decisions and making better informed investments.
Welcome back, and welcome to AI and the Future of Work, What Lies Ahead. I'm delighted to introduce our panel of experts. Here in the FT studio, we have Huma Lodi, who is the Principal Machine Learning Engineer at Sky, and Natalia Konstanova, who is the Architecture Lead in AI at BP. Welcome, Huma and Natalia. Unfortunately, our third panelist, Ilse Venter, is unable to make it today, so we'll be sending her our best wishes. It's no understatement to say that AI and the future of work has been at the forefront of all our minds, and indeed nightmares, over the past year. So without further introduction, I'm going to dive right into my first question. But please do keep asking your question, following the instructions in your seat, and I'll take those as we go as well. But look, I think the first thing I have to ask is, we've all been following these developments in the extraordinary running of OpenAI. What were you making of it?
I will say this shows that how AI important is, and it shows that AI is technology, but we all are humans. And so this shows two important things. First, humans are decision maker, and second, AI is the most important technology. And I think good has come out. Sam is back, and things have resolved, and we are looking forward to some more interesting models from OpenAI. So everything seems positive now.
I'm coming from obviously like a big company, and our partnership was mostly with Microsoft because it's a reliable supplier. And I think these events showed that even though the company is doing great stuff and in technology area, they have less history of running as a company. So it's something to keep in mind. Even though the technology is great, we need to understand that it powers our production environments, and we need to make sure that we structure reliably what we build. And hopefully it won't affect in any way the great progress that we're making in the space, because everyone wants to see GPT-5, 6, 7, and 10, and whatever it empowers us to do, obviously.
Actually, I wanted to ask you next about coming into a more established. In lots of AI research organizations, most of the people working there are expert. They're at the frontier of this thing. You've come into an organization which has been around for a very, very long time, where therefore people are more nervous, I think it's fair to say, in all established organizations about technological disruption. How do you go about reassuring people and kind of bringing other people in the organization with you?
About showing value and showing that we're doing it in a responsible, ethical way. So we think ahead of the game how we are planning to productionize these products, whether we're taking it to which environment we're taking, who are the users, and thinking ahead together. We have a set of people who look from ethical perspective, from architecture, making sure it's reliable, and moving at small steps instead of like saying from tomorrow everyone is using AI. Is introducing step by step by showing the value and making sure that we are getting in this space for the right reasons. So meaning like we want to have some value, we want to change the company for the better, not because it's a new shiny technology, which is really attractive sometimes. And starting simple, just do something small, like see it works, and then scale further. So.
So we are more close to technology than a major oil and gas. So as Sky is also part of Comcast, so we use technology in many things. So but our focus is to build products by using responsible AI that delight our customers. So we are very much customers focused, but we are very much aware of that how technology important is and how can we use to improve our products and make better things for our customers. So we are using AI a lot.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask you, I feel like often, particularly in the news industry, we love talking about AI and the end of the world because it's sexy and exciting. But what's the thing that you've introduced that you're most excited about?
So we all love sports, and sports is so important for all of us humans. All of us, there can be one sport that maybe, like I like cricket, you may like maybe cricket, football, or any other sport. And we are enhancing our sports experience by using AI. So for example, we have a product that is called Recap, and it generates highlights. And we are using AI and ML to generate highlights. And this is, say, for example, if you are watching a football match, and during the match, you can watch highlights. And this is all automated, AI driven.
Very cool.
So we're obviously a slightly different company, but we have AI being used across organizations, so in different areas. So I know I was told that there will be a lot of people from HR, so we use as part of platforms AI to power better decisions about learning opportunities for people in P&C area, HR. We use in operations to do things which are difficult for people to manage. For example, you have a lot of pictures coming and you need to make decisions about like whether it's a good place for drilling. So this can be enhanced with AI, where AI helps humans to make decisions quicker. And obviously we also have a lot of physical sites. So as I said, we're slightly different, where you can use AI to empower people to make decisions faster and more reliably, because obviously I can do more things in a smaller percentage of time. And so it's kind of like used all across organization. In some places, obviously, it's being used more. But I think the future of it, like it will be empowering more and more what we do in even everyday life and for all the people who work in BP.
It's interesting when you're talking about highlights. I think about when I watch an Arsenal game and kind of not even realizing I hadn't even noticed the swiftness with which I can now go back and watch, in some cases, Arsenal goals and in some cases, great Arsenal collapses. It reminds me of when in the 60s, obviously engineers used to have to hold up the transmission to the tape to see the bumps on it. And innovation's created a lot of extra time and has not been that destructive in terms of jobs. But this is, a question is coming into us via Slido, and please do keep your questions coming in as well. How concerned should people be about the loss of jobs, and how do you prepare people for that? When you're unveiling a technology like that, presumably the first thing someone does, their hand goes up and they go, "What does this mean for me?"
Yes, this is a question that arises, and it's a natural, because whenever a change comes, there is, I won't say there is a loss of jobs. There is loss, but there is gain. So it means some jobs go and some come. So it means that we as humans have to evolve and upskill. But this does not mean that we should be too much worried about loss of jobs. And the important thing is that AI and ML, these are for repetitive tasks. So the tasks that humans may not like to do, and this technology is better for those type of where a lot of attention, detail, or consumption of huge amount of data is needed, and that for that we can use AI and ML. But humans are there; they are the main decision maker. Human intelligence is at this moment is much higher than AI, but AI is progressing rapidly. So we can't say that what will happen in 10, 15, 20 years, the way it is progressing. So it's very important to upskill. This is the key thing, to look at the skills that are required and say if it is IT or maybe cloud or other skills that are needed, so that if one job goes, another is available. So just upskilling and going for the jobs that are available.
I think from human perspective is embracing change. So I think the only it's not the first time we are having technological progress. I think the difference now is happening at more rapid speed. But at the same time, we can use technology to our to help us, because we have a lot of learning opportunities online. So instead of like taking a full-fledged degree, now you can upskill yourself online using also AI, by the way. But I think it's just like understanding that more jobs might be affected in terms of like changing the ways of working. And so embracing the change and understanding that I think there are less and less jobs that stay, you learned once how to do, I would say, operation on the brain, but most probably even in this case, it wasn't once. You have to upskill constantly, and more jobs are affected in a way that they are becoming more efficient. So we do things in slightly different ways. We might use new technology, and there are less and less of these, like, stable ones where you just like learn once and apply it. So no, we have new things coming, and what was mentioned, things where AI excels are quite boring for people, and maybe it's not bad if that part of your job will go away. So you will be able to actually, what they were saying, maybe spend more time with we will be able to spend more time on education of people face to face, or like taking care of our kids, because that's where human interaction matters a lot, and no AI will help us to progress.
Yeah, so actually, I want to talk to you a bit about the broader future of work. So, how 10 years time, your assumption broadly would be people will have fewer repetitive tasks. There'll be most people's jobs will be much more like medicine, where you're continually having to relearn the theory of how your job works. And what do you think the work, the offices of the future, and actually, what do you think BP will look like in 10 years due to the work you're doing now?
Given the speed of the progress nowadays, I think when we talk to people, have problems even predict what will happen in 2 years. I think that's what we had when you talk about this futuristic, because we don't know how quickly technology will be evolving. But we already had like this shift. We have a lot more work happening online, and we are using tech to supplement. So we have all this technology becoming part of our work. We're embracing now 365 Copilot, which helps you to be quick at answering things and I think more precise. So I think those technologies will be becoming more and more part of our life. And I think even in the jobs which are maybe like on site, you will have more technology assisting you. I think maybe, as you said, repetitive tasks will do, and you will be, I think, performing more kind of like precisely, because AI, what is a good thing about AI, it's repetitive, so we can guarantee that AI doesn't have hangover when it comes back to work, or doesn't have a bad mood. So there are those things where like less mistakes will be made. But also I think there will be some jobs, what we said, new ones, where AI is just doing something humans can't do. So we can't process like huge amount of documents and get inside. So there will be new capabilities that will be introduced, and they will open us new possibilities of making better decisions. So in terms of futuristic, as I say, I think predictions are too difficult nowadays.
I think there can be some jobs that where AI is making a lot of progress. For example, in creative art or in media, there, for example, voice generation or video generation. So there can be some issues. For example, that comes where ethics comes, and for example, when we generate voice of an actor, so there in 5 or 10 years there can be some areas where the way the progress is being made, if it continues like this, these areas will have an impact. And there I see some issues, because, say, for example, how the copyright will, this comes ethics and copyright. So, for example, because it is cost effective that we use the voice of a human for once and then generate it. But there are many issues, but there will be some impact there, and some areas may have substantial impact as compared to other areas.
A number of very good questions coming in via Slido. Please do keep them coming. I very much like this one. AI takes over repetitive tasks, usually performed by entry-level employees. What do we need to do to prepare the workers of the future? Because I think most of us at the start of our careers were often doing jobs for someone that actually our manager already could have done rather better than they did. Certainly, my starting job at the Telegraph was assistant to the chief political commentator. Most of those roles I could get ChatGPT to do much better, but well, touch wood, ChatGPT is not going to replace me as an associate editor anytime. But how do you envisage that training of entry-level staff happening in an era when many of the tasks that we often use to induct people and train people are happily being done by AI?
So if we say Gen Z is very much into tech, they are in any case tech savvy and they are keen on this. So I think it's important that they keep on learning the skills that are needed. So, for example, maybe 50 years ago, office environment or offices were very different, but now it is different. We can't imagine of a workplace without computers, so I think it's important that and it starts from schools. So I think it's very important that maths and IT and computers is taught to everyone in schools so that they have basic understanding and knowledge of the technology, and when they start their job they are upskilled. So this is very, very important.
I think I would go back and try to understand like what goal was there when you said like you were doing these manual repetitive tasks. Was it to learn more about types of tasks? And then there are, I think, much better ways to teach you, maybe to allow you to shadow someone to see instead of like you doing these repetitive things. And that's where AI can come as well. So you can upskill and teach AI system the skills these new people should have and have it in a nice, taught in a nice way. So instead of like doing repetitive tasks, it would take you through some curriculum where you would be covering areas which are needed. So I think what we're saying now we're moving from just a job to more skills-oriented development. So you have certain skills, and then when you apply for a new job, you might be not having the same job title, but there will be the same skills. And that's why, for example, if your AI changes part of your job and you lose one part, like you will still have some skills you can use somewhere else. So it's focusing more on this skill set people need to have.
Yes, and I would like to add here, entry-level jobs won't go. There are some jobs that can be not at entry level, because say for example an AI expert will be at entry level. So it is they will remain because we have to learn, we have to go and the experience that starts from entry level to when we become experienced. It is just that our lives AI is making easy, and rather than reading hundreds of books, we can just ask AI to summarize the things for us.
And it's like now we use Google instead of like going to the library.
Yeah.
And it's not like libraries disappeared, but you get information much quicker and you learn differently.
Your point about Google, actually, another excellent question on Slido, I think makes me think there was a time not so long ago when actually admitting you'd used Google for research, people seemed to think it was cheating, right? As opposed to just a much more efficient way of finding things out. That is, without us really noticing, a big change in organizational ethics caused by technical change. How do you think AI will prompt organizations to look at ethics differently?
So we are already looking differently. So I think ethics was there for especially some organizations. Like if it's like medical research, they had ethics boards for ages, so it's not something new. But in most organizations, maybe you wouldn't have these committees or like you wouldn't look into this. But AI forces you because obviously you automate something. So in order to automate, you need to at first know what to automate. So you need to have some ethical decisions. So was a really good example of self-driving cars. It's like automating ethics. If on the road you have an old person, a young person, what happens like, and you have a passenger in the car, it's like a super difficult ethical questions. And maybe before philosophers would be discussing what should we do and like we personally, but once you put it as a part of a system, you need to tell the system what to do. So it kind of like surfaces all these questions, and the same as like we do AI for PNC, for HR, what things are ethical and not. Before it would be like you would rely on yourself as a human being, like and your bringing, but now we need to teach AI, so it becomes more institutionally needed to agree on what is ethical. So if we develop a system, what do we teach it? So how we kind of tell it what is good or not. So it's kind of bringing ethics like to another level, because we need to agree somehow, and we need to teach AI what is okay and what is not.
Yes, I completely agree that ethics is the key for anything, and for AI, it is more important. But since AI is driven by humans, so humans' ethics come into play. But ethics is going to be more important for all the decisions that we take, and we have to make sure that the AI systems are built in a way that ethics is at the heart of the system.
No, this is just really interesting answers, and I hadn't thought, of course, the second you create any series of written down rules, which is ultimately what most of us are,
Yeah.
they have to have an ethical dimension. Another excellent question coming at us from Slido. What do you think are the top 3 things the business leaders of today who aren't experts, if tomorrow you had a new CEO, what are the 3 things you really like them to know and understand about AI?
I think there are 3 things. First, AI delivers business value, but at this moment, AI projects can be costly. So it's very important to first have a workforce that that can deliver the projects. Then aligning AI projects with business needs, that is very, very important. So AI should not be kept in silo. AI should work with business leaders and then develop the use cases in a way so that business goals are met. And third, the workforce and the cost. That is because running big deep learning system is very, very costly at this moment. AI is not cheap. So these are the things that, but it delivers business values if it is used correctly.
Yeah, I would stress, like what you say, they're coming, they have no knowledge, data literacy, and it's something like you can say AI literacy, understanding at least a bit how it works and what are the basics, and also making sure that people in organization know about this. So education is key. Second one is it's a data-driven system, so they need data and they feed from data. Even if you use generative AI, everyone is excited about. They say, "Oh, it's been trained for you. You can just use the box." So still, to evaluate them, you need some data. So if you don't have data, unfortunately, AI won't be of much help in some cases. And so people resources or finding the right talent is also really important to make those systems work and to be supported. So one thing is like to build and to have support. But I would say, I think the key thing is like upskilling and education. So everything else comes like, understanding that you need the business value, understanding that you need data, comes from knowing at least some basics of what it takes to build those systems.
One of the things that I found really interesting, I mean, those both really interesting. One of the things I found really interesting is as you pointed out, it creates business value, but it costs a lot. What do you think the future of work looks like in this period where it brings value, but it still costs a lot? What do you think AI means for entrepreneurs and startups who are outside, who aren't necessarily in the AI world themselves, but they might be competing with bigger organizations which can afford that upfront cost?
Yes, this is a really important question, and this we have to ensure that AI embraces everyone, so that there are grants available, so that the startups that want to use AI, and this is also very important, that AI should not be only uh, for the big organizations that can afford, or the startups that have backing of big organizations. So there can be. So I think that help is needed from governments, so that recent PhD students, if they have idea, and we have seen very successful example, DeepMind, OpenAI. This is the successful examples, and it shows that when startups are invested, the value that they deliver. So that is very, very important, that everyone is embraced and they somehow have grants available so that they can use AI.
So I think, and sometimes they are costly, but I think now we have a lot of these technologies which became quite easily accessible. That's why I think you have like so many startups appearing. It's like similar to what happened when cloud engineering came to, before you had to physically buy your servers. Now you have like cloud, and you can like switch it on, switch it off when you need. So it becomes more accessible. I think with AI now, maybe at the forefront, if you need to train your deep learning, it will cost you a lot. OpenAI mentioned the website, your custom model starts from $1-2 million. So those things cost a lot. But I think if we talk about like more classical AI, now is the time where loads of companies can embrace this technology and do it at kind of like a good price. It's more about understanding what it can do for you and what value, because not everything is, let's say, generative AI. There are some other powerful techniques. I think just like OpenAI, what it did, it brought to our attention how great it can be, and people are now believing. So it's not only technical people excited about AI, it's everyone excited saying like, now we believe it actually can be precise, can be delivering value. So I believe, so we're in a good spot for many smaller organizations to be part of this and embracing it like in everyday operations.
Yeah, brilliant answers. Thank you. This is another question from Slido, and please do keep those coming in. You talked earlier about how you need data in order to be able to run. One of the biggest barriers for using AI in HR operations is the fact that the data we use is highly confidential. It's obviously from a breeder, as you'll guess, and it's highly confidential, and we can't risk leaks. How can we overcome that?
So usually what happens like with this type of data, obviously it's like where ethics comes. So first point would be even to think, is it something that where we want to use AI? Is it something that we're okay to be processed automatically without humans? There are ways of aggregating data, and usually the predictions and things we do with AI are more about the group of people, about like some general questions, not like scoring systems that I think by your act will be forbidden. So I think that's where ethics is extremely important. And the data, there are different ways technically to make it to anonymize data, to limit access to this data to a really small team, and when presenting results, aggregating. But I think the first question is like to even start thinking like, is it something where you want to do AI, or is it something where you want to have a human touch and you want to actually kind of do one-to-one and like look specifically in that person, for example. So it really depends on the task. Technically, there are ways to allow you to work with this data, but the question is like, should you?
Yes, I completely agree, because this is where ethics comes, and we have to first see whether AI should be used or not. And if it is ethically correct to use AI, then anonymization and also making sure that the systems, the AI system and IT systems are leak proof, so that we don't want data, HR data to be available or to be somehow available, so that it should not be. So these are very important things, and also should we use it or not, as Natalia has said. So this is, and if we are going to use it, then make sure that we are using it ethically.
I think that those answers speak to another question we've got actually several variations on, so apologies in advance if I smoosh this. So if I'm smooshing your question together, and please do keep coming in more for me to mangle those together too. How far up the leadership ladder does the understanding of AI have to go? Because obviously it's an organization's leader who sets their tone, their level of ethics, and sets out what the parameters of that organization are. How far up that ladder does AI, and how deep does their knowledge have to be?
I think it should be from the top to the and AI. I don't think so that AI, the leaders at the top level should need deep AI knowledge. They should only need a high level understanding that, for example, uh, basic things that needs to be needed, but no technical knowledge. For example, I don't see any value for a CEO to understand how a deep neural network is built or how it works. The only thing that is important, that say the how they drive the business value. And so these type of things that the requirement of data, ethics, consideration, or computational resources, teams, these type of things, and that are important, and but not deep theoretical or knowledge is needed.
Yeah, so I agree. I think it's more about like you have AI strategy. So hopefully you have some strategy, and it's more about how you execute it. So it goes back to the skills, which are really the skills chief executive officer has, looking at things and trying to see how you can execute. So understanding what is needed for a strategy to perform. So obviously what we said, data, people, some value-driven decisions, some frameworks. So I think those things are more you have to know about like what is special about AI. So it's good to have someone who can tell you about this, but it goes back to the skill set that it's more management ones and trying to how to make the right decisions and how to invest in what tech. I don't see it being so different from any, I don't know, digital transformation we're doing, except for maybe its potential. But yeah, it's when someone says like we need to make now everything digital and move from the office to online, it's more or less like decisions you will take. You will look at, is it technically possible? Do we have money? Do we have people? Do we have a good business use case? So in this respect, I think it's quite similar. But yeah, so having some data literacy and understanding some basics is extremely helpful.
That's great, actually. And another question, which I'm once again sort of slightly smooshing together several very good questions. Thank you. Please continue to send those in. We definitely have time for a couple more. How common would you say it is for organizations to be up to scratch when it comes to AI? I mean, I think I was talking to someone who works in this field, and they estimated that in their bit of industry, they basically think that maybe only about 3 in every 10 firms are remotely where they need to be. Do you think that number is too low?
I think we're at the beginning of the journey in many companies. So I participate in conferences and we usually exchange. And I think many companies are now at this consolidation stage where they understand there is AI needed. And obviously there are some companies which are far ahead. They're doing AI either for many, many years or like, for example, like their technology is their key product. So I think the companies where their business is not related to tech and they see that there is a power in AI, they're consolidating what they're doing, like what kind of POCs they did before, and trying to see how to make it operational. From technological point of view, when we talk to our peers and companies in the space, we see that many of them are at the initial stages of the journey. So like trying to understand what can bring value, running POCs. Less of them are at the stage of understanding how to make it production ready, like build frameworks and operationalize it. So it's mostly companies like Google, Amazon, obviously the core ones, which are ahead of everyone, and everyone else is catching up. But I think now catching up is a bit easier because obviously those companies build a lot of great products we can use to help us to move faster.
Yes, and I think one important factor here is that many times we are just doing POCs, but it's very important when we are considering AI or tech, or we should think that each POC should lead to productionization. So it is not useful just to do POCs, many POCs. Sometimes it happens that organizations do many POCs, and out of many POCs, only one, or maybe sometimes in 1 year, only one POC is productionized. So there should be a thought process so that first select a right POC and then convert it and that POC to a product. And I think now things are changing. I think 5 years ago there were less organizations who were adopting, but now things are changing, especially ChatGPT and the example that we see from OpenAI. It has changed a lot, and now everyone see the value in AI, and it is more amenable to adopt this new technology. Previously, businesses have some reservations, and it was a bit difficult to convince sometimes stakeholders. But now, once they have seen the value, so they are amenable, And now the main thing is just to make sure that the POC is executed correctly, and so that we generate, because in a commercial world, it's important that we don't lose money, and that is also important for humans, because then more humans will be employed.
Yeah.
And job opportunities will be created.
Actually, on the subject of OpenAI and transparency and job opportunities, a couple of questions about transparency, actually. First, how can we ensure transparency in how AI makes decisions?
It depends that which field or which area we are talking to. For example, in finance, in health, it is very, very important that that the decision that has been taken by a machine is transparent. For example, when say a financial decision has been taken, so the human should have a chance to know that whether this decision, for example, if an insurance premium is being computed by a computer, the policyholder should have a right to know that whether it was a computer generated or human generated, and if it was a AI generated, what factors have been used. But then there are other areas where, for example, within sports, if we are generating highlights, it is we don't need to understand the model. So this all, for example, we can consider how our brain works, and we never ask from our brain that how it has taken a decision. But for some decisions, we analyze that decision more in depth, and we want to understand which factors have contributed. So this is not black and white. It depends from situation to situation, from industry to industry. It varies, and for some industries, definitely transparency is important, but for others, it may not be as important as for, say, especially health and finance is.
I think it's important for building trust, obviously, like you knowing that it's coming from AI, it's like building trust over the time. And if it performs well, like all is good. Also, I think what is important about transparency, it helps you to be accountable. Because obviously, if you can explain how the decision was taken, you can be in the situation where you will have to explain why it was the incorrect one. And we've seen, for example, in the space of large language models, OpenAI, now they're building this transparency rating of how companies are transparent about their technologies. And the idea is to have a healthy competition. So, and to enable them to share information so that we know how they're doing this, to make sure that they're doing it in a responsible way, that they are testing it properly, and it can be replicated if needed. So it's just to make sure there is trust, and we're doing it in a responsible way. Because obviously, if it's like a black box, you can always say it's a black box that gave me the answer, so there is no accountability. And technologically, I think even for really complicated models, I think we're getting to the place where we can explain how, and or at least like what they relied on to take decision. Maybe not exactly how they took the decision, but we can say those are the key things that were considered to take these particular decisions. So we have a lot of research in this area, and we're getting better and better understanding how machines work.
Yes, and I will add, because there are some now, like ChatGPT, there is one layer in it that actually tells you that what are the important factors. So it is not as black box as it used to be, but not as transparent as a human mind can be.
Oh, is human mind transparent? Please give me that
Yes,
skill.
but we can take a decision, and we can rationalize it, that why we have taken. But for a computer, it can sometimes be difficult.
I think you were exactly right earlier to say that sometimes it can feel like the human brain, yeah, we can rationalize something after the fact, but often it feels that there's an expectation in some organizations, and the machine has to be perfect to be used, even if a machine that's better than the human but still quite bad often doesn't get accepted. Actually, which is one of the questions we got, is how can leaders overcome that thing you were talking about just there, where you have a human process that's imperfect, a machine process that might be better than the human, but is measurably also imperfect, how can leaders get people past that hump, right? I'm thinking about, say, for example, when we talk about racist algorithms, which are often actually, when you look at the data, less racist than the humans that were perhaps being used before. And how do leaders sort of persuade organizations to get over that hump?
So first, I think we need to make some more theoretical advances within the field of AI, and so that there is a bias. This bias that needs more development within this area to handle the bias that is present in the data, so that the algorithms don't make this mistake. So this shows that AI is not where it should be, so it will take some more time to make better decisions. But so it is a trade-off. We have to see how many humans we have, whether there is a machine decision and a human decision. So it depends on scenario. There is not a rule that we can drive and say that we will, in this situation we will. So here human again comes. So the leaders have to take a decision and make a judgment, and that makes things more beautiful, because it shows that human will always be there, that will be making a decision. But then again, one can see that what is more cost effective. Sometimes machines are better, and maybe they have both. There is a human, there are machines. They are both are making imperfect decision, and maybe it is better to use machines because the work is not as interesting for humans to do, and for machines. So they maybe go with the machine. I will go with the machine-based imperfect decision.
Yeah, there is no right and wrong answer here. So, and it really depends on the station. But I think in many cases, we usually like we look at can we actually, when we talk about is it AI or human, maybe it's even better human like enhanced by AI. So someone having some decisions, for example, factors presented. So you have several judgments. So you have a human judgment. It's like when you do some tasks of annotation, you usually have several people doing the same task, and the idea is it's like Wikipedia is being edited by many people with an idea that the crowd will come up with the best answer because there will be a lot of opinions. So maybe in this respect, it might be better to have a human and AI, and they might disagree or agree, but it will be a more balanced decision. And that's how you can start. And that's the recommendation. Many places like you start having those humans enabled by AI. If you see that AI and human agree all the time, you might consider kind of like saying that we human might be doing checks from time to time, but we don't need the active interaction. I see what you just said. Like there are a lot of people who want to jump straight into AI, and they say, okay, it's either or. It can be together, and it might be the most effective kind of way of working, because we remove something from humans, but at the same time we embrace some other things which machine might not capture. Not always possible, but I think the best way to start for sure.
Thanks very much. We've got time for one last question, and I want to take this one from our audience, and thanks all of you for all of your brilliant questions. What's the best way for leaders to stay up to date with, in terms of that broad knowledge, for a leader who wants to make sure that they don't have an in-depth knowledge, but they understand what's going on in the field? What's the best way, other than subscribing to the FT, what's the best way for leaders to stay across what's going on in AI and Gen AI?
So I think it's important to be aware of technological advances, somehow be aware of what more, say, for example, what models are available, how they can be used. So maybe use AI to summarize FT and all things, and so that they are aware of all the technological advances. And I think this is very, very important, and how they can utilize this in their business, because every business or every industry is different. The use of AI can be different. So just be aware of all these changes and adopting the technology. Adopting technology is very, very important, because if we don't adopt technology, then we are left behind.
Yeah, I will give an advice which is really personal to me. So it's like embrace networking and like, for example, LinkedIn. So I follow a lot of people that are doing an interesting research, working in relevant industries. And usually people share what is interesting for them. And it's really good way to see what is happening, what are new things which are relevant to people working with me. And obviously, if you have some competitor who is ahead of you, embrace it, just like try to see what they're doing, try to understand how they're doing. Going to different events and conferences, talking to your peers and discussing what's happening. Maybe finding some really good newsletters, generated most probably by AI by now, where someone is handpicking the news which are relevant. There are actually loads of them. It's becoming, you need now AI to summarize those AI generated ones, but usually they send like once a week, like highlights. Otherwise, yeah, it's quite difficult. But for me, LinkedIn and following some people, I aspire to be where they are, or they're doing something which looks amazing. Maybe even like big companies like Microsoft, I think, shares like all the time something new that they're doing constantly, or OpenAI, they share a lot.
Thanks very much to both of you. That was fascinating. I learned a lot and really enjoyed it. And thanks so much to all of you for all of your questions.
Okay. A huge thank you to Stephen and our panel of experts, Huma Lodi and Natalia Konstantinova, for a forward-thinking look at both the challenges and opportunities AI offers to people leaders. As so rightly noted, however, it is vital that the people are at the center of any transformation and not at its expense. And now I'm very delighted to introduce our next panel, who explores precisely how we can take people with us by putting them in the driving seat of change. So the next panel will be entitled Why DE&I Efforts Are Falling Short and How to Fix Them. And it will be moderated by the Financial Times' own Silvia Pavoni. Silvia has been with the Financial Times since 2005. And in that time, she has interviewed policymakers and business leaders at the highest level. And she has since then become also the founding editor of Sustainable Views, a platform at the forefront of the ESG conversation, which I'm pretty sure many of you from the audience will be familiar with. And before we start, I just wanted to kindly remind you to please send your questions throughout the sessions. You will see how to send them, the instructions in this chat and on the screen. And before we kick off with Silvia to introduce our next panel, I'd like to share with you another short video, this time about the importance of DE&I here at Headspring. We hope you enjoy.
I'm passionate about supporting organisations as they navigate the changes associated with developing diverse talent.
So Headspring delivers solutions that are bespoke to the client needs and that address the challenges, and we create that in partnership with them in a very agile way.
Bringing in diverse talent, experiences and skills can really increase creativity. We know that. And studies show that it can also increase productivity within organisations.
So one of the main challenges that media organisations are faced with today is talent retention and diversity, of course, and equity and inclusion, just like many organizations, but particularly when we think about how their newsroom talents are representing the audience readership that they are trying to reach. And quite often they don't know how to go about it.
It's not just about the opportunities, it's about making sure that people have the right support and tools to set them up for success, which is why I am so passionate about this program.
For this particular program on DE&I, we can look at the learning objectives that we set at the beginning, but we can also look at other data points such as talent retention, promotion within the diverse community of your talents, and so on and so forth.
And right at the end of the program, each of the people will have the opportunity for a one-to-one coaching session, which helps cement some of the information and help them further on their journey. If I think about the participants, it's a real gift for your voice to be heard, to have this sense of connectedness and belonging, and feel more empowered and able to capitalize on the opportunities that may arise thereafter, but also feel supported.
Hello and welcome back. We are here now going to talk about diversity, equity and inclusion. I think the theory behind the importance of DE&I is widely accepted, but the practice perhaps still struggles to manifest the importance of looking at having a diverse leadership, a diverse, equitable and inclusive workforce as well, and therefore also an economic and the economy and society more broadly. So before we start looking into what is holding the development of DE&I back, let me introduce you to our panelists. We have Tracy Groves, who is sitting right next to me, who is a partner at DWF, which is a legal and business services provider. And Tracy is also the head of ESG and sustainable business advisory practice at the firm. Right next to her, we have Aduke Onafu-Wokan, who is the director and the founder of Inclusivity, which is a training company looking exactly at DE&I. And last but certainly not least, we have Roxana Beiji, who is the global head of diversity and inclusion at the Financial Times. So Roxana, I promise I wasn't going to give you a hard time, but let's see what you tell me about my own employer. So let's start with some numbers. Again, the theory of the importance of diversity and inclusion is very well accepted. I mean, it would be difficult to find someone that actually openly at least tells you it's nonsense, right? But then when we look at the numbers, and I was just actually having a look at the UK numbers before coming here to have a chat. And the gender pay gap, so just looking at one component of DE&I, the gender pay gap is still struggling to actually go down to zero. I was looking at a couple of companies based in the UK, financial companies in particular, so HSBC and Barclays, and depending on the entity that actually reports the data, which they do here, we still have between a 30%, 40% pay gap, which is better than what it used to be a few years ago, but still it doesn't feel good, does it? And the first question to all of you, because I know that all of you have a consultancy background, and now you're looking at sustainability in-house. So what are the practical challenges? What are the real obstacles, the daily obstacles that someone wanting to implement and create a more inclusive company and organization struggles with on a regular basis. So looking at it first from the outside in terms of strategy, you come in and advise the leadership or the person in charge, and actually having the person implementing the strategy. Tracy, I'll go to you first.
Thank you, Sylvia. Well, I actually only advise externally. So I advise clients on their DE&I strategies and their implementation of that. Although when I was at my former employer, professional services firm, I was actually on the Diversity Council and I ran our gender balance network as well. So I do have that in-house viewpoint. But currently, what I'm observing in terms of my work advising clients is the opportunity to really position DE&I as a strategic imperative. Unfortunately, what tends to happen, it becomes an HR issue. It becomes something that is, dare I say it, cuddly, intangible. It's a nice to have. It's a side of the table thing. And we all know that what it should be is absolutely a critical mission imperative in terms of our ability to create a business which is high performing, which unlocks talent and brings real diversity. And I don't mean just demographic diversity in terms of gender or racial orientation. I'm thinking about cognitive diversity, cognitive in terms of thought, experience, and background as well.
Okay, so the struggle is still that this is seen as a nice to have. Is it something that you also are saying? I mean, you started a business based on this, right? and you were telling me you're really busy. So clearly people still ask for your advice. But does it mean it remains a sort of nice to have thing on the side when things are going well and then it gets forgotten in times of trouble?
I think it depends on the industry. Obviously, I do a lot of work in niche diversity and inclusion work, like law enforcement, climate research, cancer research. So there are some areas where diversity and inclusion is not a nice to have. The efficacy of medicine relies on its ability to treat different genealogies. So in those industries, I think that there is a slightly different feel to diversity and inclusion. I think employer diversity is probably slower than we want it to be, employer inclusion, employer equity. But I think we must also be careful to see that it's a lot more than just the workplace. It's actually how social goods are shared. It's how government operates. So I think I have seen quite a lot of progress in some of the industries that I've worked within. But also, as I said, with employer diversity, it's a little bit probably a slower pace. But what you said there around gender pay gap, so we kind of think about how do we get to a place where we have gender pay gap? It tends to be because you have overrepresentation of men in senior high-paying roles, and you have underrepresentation of women in those roles, and then you have overrepresentation of women in the more junior, lower-paying roles. And so I think there's something around expectation as well, knowing that it won't turn immediately. I get a bit nervous when I hear people say, oh, it's not working or we're not seeing progress. And we are seeing progress, but it will take a while for some of those roles to turn over. It takes a while. And so I think that realistically, your D&I initiatives, you want to give it at least 5 years to embed and start to see some of those tangible results. Now, I still worry that maybe 5 years from now, we'll still all be having these conversations, but I think it's important to recognize how gender pay gaps develop and how it takes a long time to start to get those roles turning, and then you get to a place where you see better numbers.
So I have to say, I've been moderating panel discussions about diversity for maybe a little bit longer than 5 years, let's say 10 years, and regularly there is a comment like this, right? So let's see what happens in 5 years. And someone who has been in this area for longer will just sigh and feel a little bit depressed because I've seen it all. Roxana, is this what you're also saying?
Yeah, I probably did sigh at that point because as someone that's been doing this work in organizations for 12 years now, I know that things take time and we need to have a long-term lens. But I am impatient. I do want to see change. And one of the reasons I joined the FT, for instance, is because I could see, even with the public lens of what was the information that was publicly available to me, was that the organization had made progress on gender pay gap. The organization, even in its content, had shifted from 30 years ago when I was in banking and doing something very different, to include more content on mental health, on women in business. For instance, I've attended the Women at the Top, Women in Business event for a number of years. So I could see publicly that things were changing. So that's one of the reasons. But I came here because I could see the appetite was here to make that change and progress and think differently. to your question on even act as a prior consultant, so one of my prior roles was as a management consultant selling diversity, equity, and inclusion services to clients. What I would always question, even when clients came to me, was that intent. So if there was a client that wanted to deliver something or bring me in as a consultant and it felt remedial or just reactive to a particular thing without having that long-term view of how will this impact the broader structure, or will this actually be creating systemic change, quite often the partner I worked for and myself would say, no thank you, this is not for us, we are here for long-term change. So some of our clients were in it for the right reasons, and that's when we engaged. And even as an in-house practitioner, when I'm working for an organization, I probably won't stay if I don't see the commitment to create that long-term systemic change.
So let me go to a couple of things that you've mentioned. So one is that moment in time where everyone focuses back or for the first time around this area, these subjects, and arguably lately it was 2020 with the murder of George Floyd. So you did see a growth in not only headlines about the importance of sustainability, but research and companies, even CEOs, business leaders actually publicly commenting about this. Now, maybe it has changed a little bit. Would you say that it has become something else? It's being hijacked, diversity and inclusion, into a different conversation, maybe one that may lead us towards the so-called woke capitalism. And so again, we talk about maybe something that is not as important, but perhaps something with a political agenda. But would you agree with this? And what does it take to actually make it into simply an important business strategy, like anything else that goes into business strategies? Tracy.
Let me start. Well, absolutely number one on my list is ownership. This is actually about taking ownership and walking the talk at the top. It has to start from the top, and not just the C-suite, but the layers both beneath the C-suite, and so it's top down and bottom up in terms of engagement and accountability. So often we see DE&I being seen to be the boundaries within just the HR or the D&I manager or director, and it has to be every leader, every person, no matter what level of leadership that you're at, whether you're a team leader on the shop floor, within the factory, within the division or the function. So very much wanting to see this ownership and this accountability, and then the governance structure around it to hold people accountable. And what I mean by that is that the policies and the procedures then reinforce that. It's behavior that forces change, not the policies. I'm always saying this mantra around, you can have the best policies and procedures in the world, but unless they are lived and breathed through the role models, and then when they are violated or they are breached, then there are repercussions of that, they become meaningless. So it has to be seen to be owned and seen to be taken seriously. And it's not one rule for one individual and one rule for the rest. We can't have high performers, for example, getting away with not being able to demonstrate these inclusive values and behaviors because of they're a high performer. No, this is about everybody from a collective perspective taking ownership from it.
And how do you do that?
Yeah. Well, linking it through to remuneration and pay and incentives is one way of doing it. So making sure that there's metrics and measures to do that. But then the repercussions and the discipline that go around it, I think, are really important. So it's not just words. It is action orientated, but actually what I'm seeing more and more, and it's linked to where we're seeing the wider sustainability agenda going as well, more and more of those executive leaders and being cascaded down, having targets and goals. I use the word targets advisedly, by the way, but having goals in terms of being able to demonstrate their commitment and the change that they are owning and driving themselves.
There is a risk, isn't there, that once the measure becomes a target, then it's easy to game.
Yeah.
And so again, you link that kind of targets to remuneration, perhaps, and then kind of do a couple of moves around, and you hit it, and there you go, without actually changing anything. I mean, are you also seeing remuneration being linked to these targets actually making a difference, or what else is needed?
Well, I am seeing definitely KPIs being linked to some of these targets, but I'll kind of go back to the point I made earlier on about the need for time, and I think that I appreciate what you've mentioned around, we know that in the past 3-4 years, there's been a revival of diversity and inclusion, like not what we've seen previously. So I think there is definitely recognizing that that is progress and seeing where that takes us is going to be a different wave of diversity and inclusion work from now on, you know, undoubtedly. But what I would say is there has to be a level of clarity between diversity, inclusion, and equity. And then when we say things are not moving, being really clear about what's not moving, because that's when we start to target that point of the leaky pipeline. So a lot of organizations will say, well, we'll see, have a bit of a diversity problem, or is it an inclusion problem? Is it an equity problem? So for me, I think what I have seen work really well in the past couple of months has been being able to clarify what exactly has been achieved and what's left. You know, because I am starting to sense that sometimes things are not going forward is now sort of being used as spanner thrown into the works a little bit to deter, derail, and discourage. So I think that progress is happening, but we just need to be really clear on what are the things that we're not eating. Is it the progression? Is it opportunity? Is it experience? Is it outcomes? What is not working, so that we can then target our resources, our time, our energy, not just reworking what's already working, but actually fixing those really problematic areas. And so, yeah, that's where my energy is lately. It's just
so give us some examples. So gender pay gap, that's relatively easy, I would say, to report. What other data points should be reported, and maybe companies would struggle to do?
I mean, ethnicity pay gap, for example, is very complex, very complicated. I think only Lloyd's has really at that level done it visibly. So I think things like that will tell a different story. Well, great. So I think that will tell a different story, because we know that even within the gender pay gap, there are gaps as well for different intersectional identities. So I think it's doing that kind of deeper level of analysis of when we say gender, even the 10% who make it to the top levels, who are they and what's their further demographic? Because we may be masking one inequity with another. So I think it's that kind of deeper level of analysis and intersectionality that will probably start to move those stubborn gaps. Because if you look at the demographic of women entering the workplace, it's very diverse. If only a select demographic of that demographic makes it to the top, obviously you always have gender pay gaps. So I think it's those kind of complex intersectional analysis to say, what is left to do, rather than, because I'm getting that a lot. It's not working. And so HR budgets have been slashed, EDI leads have been fired because it's not working. Wait a minute. It is working, but what is left to do?
Right, So to do that, to start reporting and gathering that information in a really meaningful way, you need, again, someone at the top or in charge of that work to have some power. And we were chatting earlier about the turnaround of professionals in covering DE&I. So is that an issue? Are you seeing the status, the authority of these professionals within organizations growing, or do we go back to, that's just one head to get rid of if things don't go as we want it to?
Yeah, I can speak to that. I mean, what I've definitely noticed post the racial reckoning is that there was an increase in the number of diversity, equity, and inclusion roles, and those practitioners were in high demand where there wasn't enough. There weren't enough individuals, there wasn't enough talent to meet demand. So many organizations hired people that potentially weren't practitioners, they were passionate, maybe they were in business resource groups previously. So I think those individuals and those organizations who are fairly new on their diversity and equity and inclusion kind of roadmap, they were probably at that transactional HR compliance phase and then realizing that they needed to take action. But I think they maybe struggle to understand what is it that they want those individuals to do. Did they understand the full role description? Did those individuals have any power or influence in the organization? I think the turnaround in roles potentially has been because of the opportunities presented to people. I think what's happened since is a number of different factors deprioritizing DEI, back to the topic of today. For instance, politics that you mentioned, government, even going back to the gender pay gap, it was delayed during COVID. Why was that deprioritized? If we think about the divisive nature of, around, we have a global audience, we have divisive nature in terms of politics across the globe right now, in terms of the rise of the far right and the politicization of the word woke. So I think there's a number of different factors that are impacting DEI appetite, which then maybe some organizations are feeling influenced and when they're thinking about scaling costs, when they're thinking about economic crisis, maybe, and they haven't seen the movement or the impact, even if they just started 2 or 3 years ago, they're deprioritizing those roles. But what we know from many organizations within my own network is it is a priority, and where those organizations recognize that it is a priority because it will help to future-proof their organizations, that's where those organizations are thinking about DEI with a lens of the DEI practitioner and team is providing a service to the organization to help see the gaps, to find the opportunities, to understand how it will contribute to growth versus seeing them and holding them responsible. Because I, at the D&I lead at the FT, I'm not making the day-to-day decisions that will impact our headcount, impact representation, impact the various other metrics that I would ask our organization to look at. So ultimately is the accountability piece, again, knowing as an organization where you want to be in terms of a D&I roadmap, and knowing that the accountability ultimately needs to come from the top.
Right.
Can I respond to that,
Of
Sylvia?
course.
Is that okay? So just interesting, just hearing Roxana speak there. I came to this work through ethics. So my background is a chartered accountant and a corporate ethics advisor. So looking at this through the lens of business integrity, working with organizations in terms of hardwiring what we call doing the right thing into the operating DNA and model of their business. And very much the ethical values of transparency, equity, honesty, trust come to the fore. And so very interestingly, everybody started to say to me and started to have the demand was around, then can you start to look at this through the behavioral lens in terms of inclusion, in terms of how we can respect, be ethical, and actually place dignity at the heart of our workplace, because you can have the most sophisticated compliance function, but without that ethical dimension of doing the right thing, treating everybody as if they deserve to be valued and have that dignity, it falls away. So what's really interesting is I don't call myself a DE&I practitioner, if I dare say it. So here I am on the panel against two very experienced ladies. I don't. I call myself a corporate ethics or integrity advisor, and I look at this through the social sustainability lens. So I will look at topics like psychological safety, like unconscious bias, emotional agility, the inclusive leadership behaviors, which we need to hold leaders to account for in order to achieve our DE&I vision or, signs of success that we have defined for ourselves. So I do wonder whether sometimes reframing it into that business ethics or business integrity language or narrative may help this, because we're simple creatures and we like to put things in boxes. And as soon as we put things in boxes, those boxes can get lids shut on them. And then they open again every now and then because some trigger does it. So let's make it part of business strategy. Let's make it part of our integrity in terms of who we are, and redefine prosperity through that social sustainability lens, which DE&I absolutely is at the core and the heart of.
Okay, so
that's my soapbox rant.
No, that's great. And also, because I know you have a different point of view than Roxana about the turnaround and why people leave. But maybe we'll go to Duka first, and then we'll talk about turnaround.
I agree. But I just been nervous around, this is a very uncomfortable topic. And it has to be, another way to be impactful, because you are getting to the core of power. And at the center of EDI work is shared power, is making power accessible to different groups.
Absolutely.
That notion is very uncomfortable, and so you can rebrand it, you can weave it into something else, but the more you go deeper into what you're trying to do, you will eventually meet with systems of power who hold or want to hold the status quo. And so I'm always the devil's advocate, saying that I coach a lot of senior EDI officers, and they are often what's left when the lights go off, when the good press has gone off and the fancy new EDI strategy lands. Behind closed doors, it's just them, literally, often emotionally exhausted, because day in, day out, they are confronting power. And often that's why people leave. They just realize at some point, actually, this is too difficult, because the only thing that confronts power effectively is power. So it's either you have a really empowered EDI lead, or you don't bother at all. They're just going to leave in 2 years, because the core, and I hope you take this away from this panel, the core of EDI work is not business strategy. Those are the benefits of EDI work. The core of EDI work is shared power, is making sure that there is no few at the top who control the outcomes, the experience, and the access of other people, but actually that is shared. And that's a very difficult thing to do. So when you experience those difficulties, there's a signal, as you said, that you're doing the right thing. So rather than going into that panic mode, keep pushing.
Yep.
Because you're getting into where you need to be getting into.
Is that what you advise your clients?
Yeah,
Keep pushing,
exactly.
to
That's
keep
it. That
pushing.
point
Okay.
of discomfort is the point where you're going to change law enforcement. That's the point where you're going to get better GPs. That's when you're going to start treating your social carers with more dignity, with more fairness. The point where the conversation takes an uncomfortable turn. If it's too comfortable, if it's too profit, or oh God, we're making more money, look at it again. That you might actually even be perpetrating more inequity.
Right, that's such an interesting point. Before we continue, just to remind everyone watching that you can definitely put your questions to the panel. So, and I'm going to read them. Oh, yeah, there are some already coming through. So do continue. But wonderful. Yes. Very interesting. So, but Tracy, because I know that you have a different point of view, and so you already mentioned the reasons why there is such a turnaround, right? In the professionals. So they may be confronted by power, they may be feel exhausted and therefore having to leave. And by the way, where do they go if they leave that company? Do they leave the corporate world entirely?
They do. I mean, you probably know this better, but you know, EDI, they tend to rotate a lot and then eventually rotate out. You know, it's called the
out where? Academia?
Out
where
into academia, out into consultancy.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
out into a place where they can confront power in a more nuanced way. Because for me as a consultant, I don't have to deal with the politics. It doesn't matter if my client doesn't like me; they don't control my KPIs. It's a contractual relationship. But when you are an employee trying to effect cultural, politically leaning, charged change, you have to go back to those same people you've just literally said are, and then you're meant to work together as a team. So, you know, you do work in a really, but I don't, obviously that's not my reality.
It's
daily.
It's a difficult environment, especially in the last 3 years, right? Where there's been crisis after crisis, post George Floyd. There was a lot of Asian hate. There was 2021 tensions in the Middle East, and that continued with crisis after crisis. So yes, people in DEI roles, I would say, are drained. They're feeling tired, potentially not feeling heard. And where things became uncomfortable, to your point, +1 to the power dynamics, because that's the crux of everything, the reticence and, you know, the kind of stepping away even of DEI efforts is the discomfort is maybe getting to people. Maybe they don't fully want to confront. Maybe they publicly confronted with, yes, we will give X amount to this community. We will do this. We've made a public statement. We have black squares on Instagram. But when it really came down to the shared power and thinking about how to redistribute power, that's where some organizations sadly aren't walking the walk, as it were.
Tracy.
I'm trying to think what else I can add after, because we've talked about it quite extensively.
Because you were saying that actually as a consultant, it's kind of easier to talk to leadership because...
You know, I'm often brought in as an external independent consultant to do exactly that, to challenge and to have the difficult conversation, because I don't have a hidden agenda. I'm not part of the system like the internal head of D&I will be, and I have no axe to grudge, or there's no repercussions for me apart from doing the right thing for my client, which is to hold the mirror up and to challenge them in terms of what good looks like. And that means accountability, transparency, governance, discipline, all the policies and procedures which are then enacted and enforced. So actually, we come in as independent, we share good practice, we can say this is what's working in this sector, this is what's working here, here's what doesn't work, here's what good looks like. We can advocate what I call progression rather than perfection. So, you know, not about saying this is going to happen overnight or in 3 years or 5 years. We're never going to, we're always going to be working at this. You know, this is a an evolution which is dynamic, it evolves, and there will be things that trigger and happen which will refocus on certain areas.
And do you feel that you're giving some sort of power or authority to the people actually internally?
We're giving credibility and we're giving them the voice, which they should have. They should have this anyway. That's the point. But actually what you're doing is you're reinforcing that. And what you're able to do is to give the evidence and the data that's robust to be able to say, this is what we know makes a difference and will drive change.
And do you think this is the lasting effect that you have? Or is it just temporary as long as you are, showing up in the office?
It goes back to the point whereby when I walk away, who then takes that forward?
Yeah.
Does that senior leadership team therefore own it and make it their own? Because actually, I will turn down, inevitably, if it's here as a sticking plaster, if it's just there because they want the brand or a particular firm to come in and say they've developed our D&I strategy, then the answer is no, thank you, because we know it's not going to work.
Okay. So the power structure has to change. A number of stakeholders, to use another term that perhaps is being abused lately, are at it, employers, investors sometimes, I hear. They ask about it. At least that's what they tell me repeatedly. What about regulators? One of the questions is actually about DI laws or regulation, I would say more broadly. And in that, perhaps we can put quotas, we can put maybe potentially mandatory disclosures at some point. In some countries, of course, there are some quotas, but only at board level, which again is kind of relatively easy to comply with. What's the role of regulation in all of this, Roxana?
I think for me, data and an evidence-led approach is critical. So where there is regulation or there is an opportunity to drive action based on regulation, I think it's helpful. So in the last year, like in the US, we've seen the ruling against affirmative action in higher education. We know for a fact in the DEI community, we've had discussions that that ruling, although it's in the US, will have global ramifications on positive action. So even in the UK, where we have positive action versus positive discrimination, which is illegal, what's happened there will impact how we operate here as a DEI community. There will be an additional spotlight. So I think anything that happens in terms of regulation, I think it's important to have regulation. It's important to have targets and metrics individually as organizations, even if the regulation doesn't have it. So where there isn't regulation, I do believe an evidence-based approach to tracking metrics that matter to an organization's DEI approach across the employee life cycle, not just representation data, but across the whole of the cycle, who you're attracting, where you're attracting talent from, who's actually joining, who's progressing, what's the lived experience of people. If you're in a professional services firm, who's getting access to the juicy clients and the juicy projects? Is there a gap? I know in my old firm, there was a gap. So if you're a woman or from a different racial background, you're more likely to be sat on the bench.
Those occasions were close to you. Those opportunities were not available.
Yeah, exactly. So I think tracking metrics, even when regulation doesn't say you need to, is important to drive this work and drive it with that strategic lens.
But then who should push it? Because if things are not changing, should the regulators force the hand? Is that going to be useful? For example, thinking about mandatory disclosures and to the granular level that you're talking about. Would you want to see that?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, I would.
What about you, Aduka and Tracy?
Yeah, again, I would like to, as long as we are clear that that's mostly diversity, but equity and inclusion is where we really want to get to. Absolutely. And who should push it? I think, stakeholders, although that word is an abused word, but I think customers, everyone can choose to, we can all, we're market movers. We can, with our choices, do things differently. So I think it's that kind of being really, and I see this a lot in environmental sustainability, people making choices based on their values influences the business as well, because obviously every business wants to make money. But as long as you keep patronizing organizations that have all these shoddy labor laws, who, use child labor or have glaring gender and ethnicity pay gaps, I don't think it's just the regulators, the government. I think it's everyone. We have to see this as a human problem. And when we're making choices in terms of where we spend our money, just go to companies or organizations that are a bit more ethical. I think that would be an incoming influence as well. And the market will respond to that. So I think too many organizations with EDI issues, they're incredibly profitable and people know, and they just go, well, it doesn't matter. And we're still going to patronize. And I struggle with that a little bit. So I think maybe moving the shared responsibility on all of us as a human race to say, is this the right place to be, aligning with?
So talking as we are now,
exactly.
Talking about these issues. Perhaps that's one of the things we can all do openly. Tracy?
I have mixed views on this, and I say this as an advisor to one of the UK accounting and auditing regulator.
Yep.
I'm the advisor on corporate governance and culture. And I say with mixed reservations because the danger of regulation, it becomes a compliance exercise and it becomes an opportunity to tick this box. And it's an exercise, therefore, which doesn't demonstrate anything at all in terms of what it's like to work in the organization. So there is a good side of regulation where it forces people to have to be able to get that data, because I do think evidence-based approach is absolutely the right way to go. But so what? What's that data telling you? What's that data not telling you?
Yeah,
that's what I'm always asking. What does that mean, therefore, in terms of the sense of belonging? What does that mean in terms of the sense of fear or futility about speaking up or creating a climate of voice? How can we go beyond that mandatory disclosure to really understand, actually, is this a place where people feel they can use their voice and they can speak up and be themselves? So it's a double-edged sword, two prongs, if I can say that. But actually, ultimately, I do remember many years ago, there was a young female professional at my firm, and she was on a panel talking about this, and she was asked about quotas. And I was very anti-quotas at the time. And she was asked, what was her felt about, what did she feel about it? And she turned around and she said, do you know what? If I can fulfill my true potential, then I'm for it. And that really turned my mind around, because actually I thought, if that means that at least there's a chance that individuals have the opportunity and the platform to fulfill and develop to their full growth, then actually that's better than nothing.
So perhaps we should look at forcing the hands of companies
But they can be so divisive if they're not used cleverly. You've got to be intelligent. You've got to be vigilant to how they can be abused, if I can use that word.
Yes, of course.
I think it goes to the so what. So if the organization hasn't been clear about why they care about this, why they want to address underrepresentation in their organization, why is this a priority for them? If they just say some words but don't actually mean it, feel it, or able to articulate to their own people, let alone to shareholders and public, I think that's the critical piece. They need to be clear on their why.
Okay. So we still have a few minutes, and I would like to try to answer at least two more questions. So one is around AI. Artificial intelligence. Where does AI fit into diversity, equity, and inclusion? How can it help? Because at the moment, my gut reaction would be actually risky. It may perpetuate the status quo.
Yeah, it will. Yeah, I think that for me, I think that there is a real risk that AI entrenches elitism and takes this idea of who's a knowledgeable person or who's a knowledgeable contributor in a team to a new level, where we're already working in systems where people who are socioeconomically deprived, who didn't go to university, struggle with work. I feel like once we start to use generative AI in the workplace, could that further reduce employability and lead to poverty? So that I do worry about that a little bit in terms of what does this now mean for people who have no education at all, who are already struggling to get work, and now you've got this super technology that can do work to an incredibly high standard. All of a sudden, who's an illiterate takes a new meaning. So I do worry a little bit about that.
I think for me, when it comes to AI, I probably have two different streams of opinion. One is very much in the caution, and when it comes to even AI and the HR world and the employee life cycle, caution in terms of historical data sets. If we're using historical data sets, there's going to be embedded bias in there. If we're building anything new in organizations which has an AI lens, how do we build it with a view of asking the right questions to mitigate algorithmic inequity, so we're not embedding bias as we're starting to build new products. But I can also see huge opportunity when it comes to AI and diversity, equity, and inclusion. I can definitely see the ability of AI to mitigate against recruiter bias, for instance. So if recruiters have historically, not included people because of their names or backgrounds or universities, we could maybe mitigate some bias there. We could maybe look at predictive data historically and understand where, through some of that data historically, we can predict where bias may have been. So there are definitely just even internally, I was talking to someone in the coffee queue about potentially developing an AI tool to deliver inclusion nudges to people at the times when when it matters, when they're making decisions about pay equity. So I can see huge opportunity to drive my work, to drive DEI work, but also caution at the same time.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's the neurodiversity opportunity for the use of AI is huge. And I often think about this when I think about how we're now much more open in terms of embracing neurodiversity and trying to understand how we can unlock the talent and the positive force for good that neurodiverse skills and talent can bring. And I do think the use of technology, including AI, is going to be a really fantastic opportunity and platform for that sector. What I do worry is about the social mobility angle, but I also worry. I remember doing a project for the City of London many years ago now, and there were some incredible stats about the lack of technology literacy within the City of London, which maybe naively I assumed would be of higher levels than some of the more other areas outside of London in the UK. So it does make me believe are we actually putting in more barriers in place and making it even more challenging? Are you okay? Do you need some water?
I am not. It's very complex subject that is making me cough as well.
It's very complex, I agree.
But it seems to be settling now.
Good.
So just literally 5 minutes left.
Yep.
Let's answer one other question, which is, and it's actually a nice way to wrap up our discussion. If you were to give advice to an employee of a company and they really would like their company to become more equitable, more inclusive, more diverse, what would be the one advice you could give them? I'll start with you.
So
Good luck. Good luck.
I know, it's so hard.
It's really hard.
You're going to talk to me as an employee of the financial company.
Yes. I think whatever it is you're doing, ask the flip side question. So instead of asking, why are we focusing on increasing representation of women or people from different racial backgrounds, ask yourself why we have an overrepresentation of men. Ask yourself, what if you're building something new, whose voice am I not centering? Whose voice is missing in this conversation? Whose voice do I center? Who am I mentoring? Who am I sponsoring? So I think the one thing would be curious questions.
Okay, so asking different, diverse questions.
Yeah, curious questions.
Aduka?
I think it would be to, from time to time, do an inequity forecast. So think about the future and the areas where inequity could still occur. So we know the cost of living crisis, for example, some of the conflicts happening around the world. What would that look like in 5 years for the people that work within your organization or the people that you would like to see work within your organization? Because I think it's in forecasting inequity that we then move from tackling inequity to stopping inequity. So I would say come out of the sand a little bit and look ahead and go, where could things go wrong in the next 5 years, 10 years, or however much you want to do. So please keep that inequity.
Not getting stuck in the day-to-day, but looking ahead,
think of the future,
trying to work
exactly, so that we're not constantly needing EDI consultants.
I like that one as well. I like both of those. I would say go and speak to people you don't normally speak to. Expand your network. We are creatures of comfort. We love habits. We like to be with people who look like us, sound like us, dress like us, eat the same food as us, listen to the same music. Force yourself. What's the worst thing that could possibly happen? So go and sit in a different team. And I've been doing this with quite a few clients recently, and they have loved it. They've said, you know what, for that day, that morning, I've gone and sat with a different team, and I've learned so much about what they do, how they do it, who they are, what their names are, where they come from. And if much as possible, if we can practically just try and break down these artificial barriers which we put in place through our humanity, which is to keep safe and to do what we've always done, I think we can actually make a lot of difference.
And make our daily life at work perhaps more interesting.
Absolutely, and far more interesting. Absolutely right.
Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you again so much to the three of you. It's been such a fascinating discussion. Thank you to everyone who's listened and to send us your interesting questions. And of course, I'm sure there were many more going to come if we had the chance to talk for far longer. And we would have wanted to have a much longer chat. So do get in touch with all of us. I'm sure you'll be happy to hear from our listeners. Thank you again so much to Roxana, Aduka, and Tracy for sharing your thoughts and for helping us tackle this really important topic.
Very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back. And an enormous thank you to Sylvia, Tracy, Aduka, and Roxana for a conversation that so beautifully address the transformative possibility of DE&I when organizations are willing actually to embrace it fully. And now for something a little bit different. Joining us not from the FT studio today, but live from Madrid, I'm delighted to introduce a dear friend of Headspring, Marcos Eguior. Marcos is an adjunct professor with IE Business School and probably one of our most in-demand educators here at Headspring. He has advised and mentored several companies and startups, and as well has collaborated extensively in incubation and acceleration programs across the globe and industries. And he will be bringing all that experience to his talk today, where he will be talking to us of how to transform at scale, the agility advantage. So Marcos, welcome and over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Monica. Thank you everyone for joining today. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. So once I've got there we go. We've got the slides on the screen. Let me see. This is a bit about me. As Monica was mentioning before, I've got the experience with many different types of companies, big, small, international, national, family ones, big corporations. All of them have in common that they have gone through transformation throughout the years, throughout the different industries. They've gone through relevant transformation. So today we're speaking about how to make transformation happen thanks to training. And here you go. Here you have my main takeaways for the session. I would say our world is changing constantly. We know, we all know this, right? And training helps transformation happen. Second is that traditional training often overlooks the need for universal and pervasive implementation. And the third conclusion is that scale learning should be like big data. And I'll elaborate a bit more about this in a few minutes. So I'm using the Golden Circle framework for this talk today, and I'm going to start by the by the why. Why do we need this scale learning? Okay, I would say context. Context is the shortest answer. I would like to know, but we don't have the opportunity today to exchange views, right? But I would like to know, or I would like you to think to what extent your life's changed in the latest 10 to 15 years. Most probably you will think, well, Marcos, my life hasn't changed that much. But what if I ask a few questions such as, when's been the last time you've bought the newspaper? When is the last time you've paid in cash? What is the last time you've gone to the bank physically? What is the last time you've got those things done physically, face to face, instead of doing them online, right? So we may find out that in many of our day-to-day behaviors, we've changed our way of doing that, right? So those are basic behaviors, and we've changed them massively in the latest years. Well, some would say that this is the VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, and I guess you know this already. And I would like to say, well, it is not just volatility, it is about the vulnerability of our lives and our companies. And we've seen that, I wouldn't like to say thanks to, but as a result of the pandemic, right? Of the COVID-19 situation. So some people say it is a VUCA environment. Some others say, well, in addition to this VUCA environment, we have a brittle, anxious, non-linear, incomprehensible environment. And in addition to this, well, some of you may know this framework from Schumpeter, that is an economics, used to be a professor of economics, and he introduced the concept of the innovation cycles. All technologies or relevant technologies since the Industrial Revolution, the first one, come in packages. Those packages have increasing impact. They take less time to have an impact, and the impact is much bigger. What we can see is that maybe our parents, our relatives that are a bit older, they went through 1-2 innovation cycles. We're going to go in our lives through most probably 4 or 5 innovation cycles. So the speed of change and the impact of this change is growing. And this is not just about the context, but in our organizations, our collaborators, the talent, they're changing a lot. And I would say if you're working on HR, dealing with talent, acquiring talent, developing the talent, integrating it, I guess you're not having an easy time lately. It is not that easy, especially with young people, to capture this talent, retain and develop that internally in our organizations, right? So the situation is a bit complex. And of course, as a result, we're trying to do our best to get our organizations as best places to work. We either get a certification or not. So in the end, technology, surrounding technology in the context, in organizations, in whatever the industry markets, technologies change our behaviors as customers, as workers, as collaborators, as change as well, so that our expectations. And you will say, but Marcos, yes, but my industry, well, I would say your industry is exactly the same. So there is no safe position for you. And if you're in a safe position, you will not be in a safe position afterwards, for sure. So there is, in the end, a lot of disruption. So, okay, there's disruption. What should we do? Of course, we should consider, we should take into account Darwin. He was saying that it is not the strongest nor the most intelligent of a species that survives, but the one that is most adaptable to change. And I would like to rephrase it, not say most adaptable to change, but the one that learns the fastest. Because if our environment is changing, the context is changing, we need to react. We need to be agile in reacting to the context. We need to learn how to react. We need to learn and acquire new skills, right? So what can we do in order to achieve this? Well, that is about training in most of the cases, or at least this is a fundamental part of the equation to be able to adapt to the situation. So I think I've answered already about the why do we need this. Now we're going for the how. Well, I would say, just imagine a couple of years ago, it was about the digital transformation, but now we have AI knocking on the door, and a lot of people are saying AI is going to have an even more profound impact than digital transformation. So we're having something going on in the market, in the context, in our society, and we need to be able to respond as an individual, as a professional, and as part of one organization as well. So it is a great moment to stop doing what we're doing and consider doing some other things. But let's consider we are part of one organization. We've got on a screen one simplified version of one organization. We have one person from the organization, upper level, identifying that, for instance, we need to go for digital transformation or for AI or for something that is related to Web3, tokens, whatever, right? So something that is very important with a big impact in our business model. We need to change. That person gets aware and has a conversation with top management, with the CEO, the president of the company, the executive in charge for the operations of the organization, right? So because of that, these people at the top start thinking about the need to train these people, to craft messages that we need to pass along to the rest of the people in our organization. But as we're starting to do it, we can see there is slightly different colors, slightly different messages. It is like the broken telephone game, in which, well, it is not that easy if we have to pass a message to all the organization. And as we progress, we see that people just manage to get this information not from official channels, but let's say in an informal manner, right? And we get some people getting different understandings of our concept. And as we go down the organization, we see that in many cases, there are interpretations, there are ways to look at the topics, and there are different reactions. It is difficult to get an homogeneous response to the training or to the messages that we are passing along the organization. So we see that is going on every step that happens. And interestingly, you see that we have reached the base of the pyramid, but at this moment in time, the top management is thinking about something completely different already, because in the minds of these people, we are not just anymore focused on digital transformation. We have to deal with other things. So because things take time to widespread internally in the organization, by the time it reaches all the areas in the organization, sometimes it is already a bit late, right? So what is the actual result? The actual impact is, well, instead of getting a very coherent view for the whole organization about what is digital transformation or AI and how we should respond to that, it is not easy, because there are different speeds, different interpretations, different executions, and the response of the whole organization, maybe it is not as good as it could be, right? Why is that? Because things take time, because the organization is a complex organism, and transformation of the organization so that the organization gets the required skills and views and learnings and processes is not coherent across the whole organization. So we know that it is not easy to change the culture of the organization, that in many cases, the culture of the organization is required because we are transforming it. We are adapting to a new circumstance in the market, right? We've seen that from the corporate perspective, very high level. And I'm going to, I'm suggesting you to analyze this from, let's say, from an individual perspective, from the talent perspective, from the journey of the employee point of view. So we get someone coming to our organization. We are lucky enough to acquire the talent that we need, that we want, that fits our needs. And because of that, we are providing additional training, additional knowledge and experience to these people in some cases, because they have to fit in a specific job description. And even when they may have the experience and the knowledge, of course, they need to fit perfectly well in our organization, and that may require kind of upskilling. So we provide a learning. So time passes by, and this person, this talent, may feel that it is struggling with whatever the topic. So we provide another piece of training, but it takes a bit of time. So you see, it is not just in the very same moment the talent identifies the needs, because it takes time, right? So maybe in addition, this talent is going training as a prize. That happens in many of our organizations, right? So we gift or we award someone in the organization with upskilling. But suddenly something happens, such as AI or digital transformation or whatever, something that is big in the industry, in the market, and we take time to react as an organization because it is something important. It is complex. No, we take time to react as an organization, and then we consider that we need to provide reskilling to this talent. And afterwards, well, this is the employee journey, right? We provide learning. We try to give this talent new abilities and skills as time passes by, right? As needed. But what if we do not only consider one person, one employee journey, but a lot of people in our organization, a lot of employee journeys, they are different, right? So we have the previous employee journey for one of our talents, and we have other people with other training needs, training moments, depending on the fit of the person in the organization, right? But what if we focus in this reskilling moment because, or as a consequence of what is going on in the market, in the industry, there is a huge need for transformation. Let's focus on this. So depending, if you remember the pyramid that we saw on the screen before, we may have different speeds, different flavors, different moments. Not everyone is going to get the same training or the same fitting at the very same time. If we focus now only on this, we see that there might be a potential opportunity to align these efforts to make it a bit better. And not just that, but to provide a flavor that is specific to each and every individual. So it is not just the needs of the organization. We're going through digital transformation, but okay, digital transformation, what does it mean in your specific job position and according to you as a person, as an individual, as a talent? So we do this, which is good, but we see that we are still responding a bit late according to what happened. Remember digital transformation? Well, it has taken a bit of time because it is complex. So what if we make it in a more timely manner, which is good? And then we're speaking not just about upskilling and reskilling, we're speaking about scale skilling. We have to make sure that whatever we do is going to fit everyone in the organization at the precise needed moment with the precise flavor. That is the concept of scale skilling. Well, I'm happy that, well, I guess this is the first time you hear about scale skilling, this concept that I'm sharing with you. What does it mean, scale skilling? It is learning at a scale, making sure that we can address the whole organization for the transformation to happen, reacting in an agile manner to what is going on in the industry. Why? Because we know the innovation cycles are going to happen. We're going to be hit by them continuously. We need to adapt in a more agile manner in order to have a clear view, not just the pyramid with a lot of noise and difficult visions of what is going on, right? So what is scale skilling? At the end of the day, it is something, it is learning that is modular, that is integrated, and that is tailored to the organization, to the different working groups we can have in the organization, and tailored to each and every individual. But we need to reach the entire organization, because if we're speaking about a transformation that is needed as a response to something that is going on in the market that is big, that is massive, we need to make sure that our whole organization is really ready to respond, right? So this modular, integrated, tailored learning for the entire organization facilitates simultaneous pathways. So as I mentioned before, we have to align in time all the activities so the whole organization gets ready in a way that is unified, right? And it is facilitating simultaneous pathways as a strategic, comprehensive, and compound support. Compound because we're aggregating on each and every previous training effort of the organization. And this latest phrase is very important for the success of each individual and the organization. We need to make sure that every individual fits well, they feel happy, they feel fitting with the organization, so they succeed. If they succeed personally, they'll help us succeed as an organization. If they don't feel successful, they will leave the organization, or they will not feel motivated, and they will not contribute as needed for the organization. So that is the concept basically of scale skilling. It is not e-learning, it is not distance learning, it is not online instruction. That is something that we all know for a very long while, right? It is online. That is the way to scale. Scalability comes through technology. And we could also say that scale skilling is about liquid learning. So it should be a combination of synchronous activities, asynchronous activities, or hybrid activities. It is transmedia, so using any different type of format or channel that is available, depending of our targets, the people, our talent, depending on their age, depending on their needs or their interests, depending on, well, many different criteria. They may be more prompt to use one channel instead of another, for instance, and it should be as experiential as possible. Why? Because we need to fit with different motivations of the people and provide the necessary incentives to trigger the satisfaction of these motivations. And a very important one is entertainment. We have to do this in a way that is not absolutely boring. We have to make sure that we use interactive channels and everything is more digestible for the talent so they get engaged. Scale skilling, my view is that it is like big data. What is big data according to technology professionals? Big data, it is about the volume of the data, the velocity that we need to be able to deal with all this data, the variety of the different sources of data and types of data, the value of the data, and the veracity. Well, scale skilling for me should be like big data. Volume, we have to hit the entire organization. We cannot leave anyone behind if we want to make sure that we are coherent and cohesive, achieving our objectives, right? Velocity, it should be as fast and equal as possible so that we align all the efforts and the entire organization gets trained in a time frame that is going to give the organization the ability to respond in an agile manner to the situation in the market. Variety, well, we have to cover different futures, different potential alternatives that will happen, because we see what is going on in the market now with the impact of AI, but we don't know what is going to be the outcome in some months or few years. So we have to address different alternatives. Value, it should be beneficial for the organization and the talent. This is not just about the organization only anymore. It should be relevant for the talent. If it's not relevant for them, they're not going to see the benefit. They're not going to see the motivation, so they're not going to engage, right? And veracity, it is about the truth and the quality of the content, the quality of the training. And I would say also that in addition to scale skilling being like big data, we have to make sure that we assess what is the velocity of the training that we are achieving. Why? Because it is all about the ability to respond to the market in an agile manner. Why? Because we're going to go through many different innovation waves. As a summary, I would say scale skilling makes learning at a scale for the whole organization feasible, so we are able to make it happen technically, viable, so it is economically possible, and then cohesive, so it is training on a concept with underlying concepts that are shared among all the members of the organization. So we have to reach the entire organization for impact. Scale skilling, and that is different from previous stages or approaches to skilling or training, is about being centric to the employee and also to the organization at the very same time. Okay, both centricities. So we have gone through the why, the how, and now please allow me to go through the what. And that is left to you. It really depends on the moment and the situation in the market. What are you helping me learn today? That is the question that is absolutely key to answer for L&D professionals and organizations. You and as organization, what are you going to help me learn today? How I'm going to grow as a professional, as an individual, as a member of the organization. What I'm going to learn today, thanks to you. So I hope we've achieved the objectives and takeaways. Again, I'm repeating the takeaways for the session, the same ones that I used at the beginning of the session to open it. If the context is changing so much, so fast, and we need to adapt to that transformation that is required, training is a relevant part of the equation. Second takeaway, traditional training often does its best, but there are new ways for doing this to achieve our objectives as organizations. And third, scale skilling might be the response. It should be like the big data, the 5 V's of big data, right? And that's all from my side. I hope you've got a good moment on this. Happy to answer whatever the questions. Then back to you, Monica.
Thank you very much, Marcus, for this dynamic and very enjoyable talk. We actually have had some questions coming in, Marcus. So I think we've got about 10 minutes before we start our next panel. So one of the questions that has come in is all about the new concept of scale skilling, which you have mentioned. So can you tell us a little bit more in detail how the concept of scale skilling actually differs from the traditional upskilling and reskilling? And how does it contribute to making organizational transformation achievable, viable, and impactful?
Okay, thank you, Monica. So I would say that while upskilling and reskilling focus on the talent, on every individual, scale skilling considers the big dimension of the organization as a sum up of many different individuals that need to go through upskilling and reskilling, right? So scale skilling, you've got the definition in the word, right? Is got scale or scalability at the heart of the organization. We, in many cases, see that in different organizations, and that's been my experience as a professional working for different companies, the top management gets training on a topic, but that is not reaching middle management or the technicians or the experts. And there are different topics that are dealt with in very different manners at the organization. And in some cases, it lacks cohesion, right? A cohesive approach that helps the whole organization move in the same direction. The problem is how you make this happen. You cannot get everyone in the organization, hundreds or thousands of people in the same room at the same time to deal with one topic in the same specific manner. So scale skilling, I would say it is going beyond upskilling and reskilling, adding this scalability so you can achieve your objectives. So it is technically viable. It is technically possible, and then economically viable. So feasibility and viability. So you get the impact and you get the cohesion across the whole organization. Well, that's my short, direct answer.
Well, thank you very much, Marcos, for being very crystal clear about explaining to us the new concept of scale skilling. We've got another question, and we've spoken a lot today about the importance of speed. So why is the speed of learning considered a key metric for organizations in today's market? How can we engage the whole organization in our L&D learning initiatives?
Okay, why do we need the speed? I would say there are two reasons for that. Basically, the first one is the environment is changing so much. I guess all of us today are using ChatGPT or any of the likes, any artificial intelligence tools in our day-to-day, in our professional life, in our personal life. But and even when artificial intelligence was born as a concept many years ago, so it was from the 90s, 60s or 70s, something like this, 2023 has been the year of artificial intelligence. We've changed massively how we do some of these things. There's been the year of artificial intelligence from no impact, no usage on our day-to-day, or at least we don't know it is being used in our environment, to using it. That is massive, super fast change. We, as human beings, as individuals, as professionals and organizations, we need to react. We need to adapt. Maybe our decision is not to consider these new technologies because of the risks, because of whatever, because of it might be governance, compliance, policy, or whatever the reason. It doesn't matter. But we need to react, and we need to understand what does it mean to use or not to use AI in our organization. So we need to react swiftly and in an agile manner to what is going on in the market, in the industry, what is going on out there in the reality of the business. But speed is not just for the need to react rapidly. It is also because we need to make sure that all the organization gets online as fast as possible with the change, with the reaction that we are taking as an organization towards the market. So we cannot say, well, we're going to define a training strategy about AI for the whole company because it has profound implications all over the company, and this is going to take 2 years, 3 years. No way. In 2 years, 3 years, AI has changed massively. The markets changed massively. Expectations from our customers, from our vendors, from our partners have changed. They have reacted. We need to make things in a much more agile and fast manner. And how to engage people? That is one of the big questions, right? Well, in order to engage people, we need to provide incentives that trigger their motivations. If we do something that is boring, if we don't provide an explanation of why we're going through this transformation, through this training, if we don't make sure that our talent, our people feel the necessity of going through this training, if they don't feel compelled by the type of content, the format, the channels, whatever, we're not going to make it. We need to answer in a way that fits their motivations, fit the generations. Millennials, they learn in a different way than boomers or Gen X or Zs or alphas, right? We all learn in different manners. So we need to fit their expectations. So if we want to engage people, we should answer the question, what is in it for them? What is in it for them? If we answer these questions, we'll be closer to engaging these people.
Okay. Thanks, Marcos. And I couldn't agree more on the importance of speed and of the importance of what is in it in this for me. We have time, I think, for one final question, and I know you already talked about this in your presentation, and but people are asking actually for a little bit more detail, or there have been several questions about the significance of each V you mentioned in your presentation, where you were comparing learning to big data. So please, the volume, the velocity, variety, value, and veracity. What does it exactly mean in the context of organizational learning?
Okay, thank you, Monica, for the question. So, volume. We cannot say we've trained our organization in digital transformation or artificial intelligence just checking or ticking on the top management level of the company, because day-to-day people in their operations, they need to know what is AI, how to use it, what is the impact, what are the benefits, the risks. So we need to address the whole organization. So we have to define a strategy that covers the whole organization. That is the volume, everyone in the organization. And we may be speaking about hundreds or thousands or hundreds of thousands of people. So the big volume. I'm not speaking about, I don't know, accounting. Maybe accounting, some areas of the company, they don't need to know about accounting or project management or public speaking. Well, I would say public speaking, everyone, right? But there's some things that you don't need to know, but some others that are transformational across the whole business model of the organization needs to get to everyone in the organization. So V for volume, everyone, right? Then velocity. We have to do that in an agile, swift, fast manner, reacting in an agile, fast manner, and making sure that everyone gets into this as fast as possible. Because if we still see people that gets training on a topic now, and the latest ones are going to get it in a year time, there are going to be issues of cohesion. There are different speeds internally of the organization, and that causes a lot of noise, a lot of problems, a lot of cracks internally in the company, right? Variety, considering the different roles, the different levels, the different environments, the different needs in the organization, right? Value, it has to be valuable, extremely important, not just for the organization, but for me as a person, as an individual, as a professional. If I don't see the value of this for me, I'm not going to engage. So you want me engaged, you want me to give you the best of my professional ability, do something or create something, go for something that is going to give me a value as well. And veracity, well, it has to be a good quality. It has to be in line with the reality of the market. So those are the 5 V's for skilling or learning at a scale. The same V's we are using when we work and define big data.
Well, Marcos, thanks very much. Unfortunately, we have to stop this very interesting conversation here. So thanks for joining us online here in London, directly from Madrid. Pleasure having you. And we're going to move on to the next panel. Bye, Marcos. Okay, and now that we just looked at how to transform at scale, we must engage with learning at all levels. But next, we're going to take a step back and look at how learning between different levels could transform that very structure. What might it mean if we invited different levels to learn from each other? What if actually the C-suite could learn from the associates? What would it look like if information were to flow up an organization as well as down? Well, today we are here about to hear from someone who has a great experience just literally doing that. And for that, I'm delighted to introduce Patrice Gordon, a multi-award winning inclusive leader expert who has held very senior positions in British Airways and Royal Mail. But probably she held her most unique role during her time at Virgin Atlantic, where she became a reverse mentor to the CEO. And here to interview Patrice, we have a literal legend of the Financial Times, Isabel Berwick. Isabel has been with the FT since 1999, where she has held various senior editing roles with FT Weekend and the Opinion Desk. And currently, she is the host of FT's Working It podcast and writes the weekly Working It newsletter. Isabel and Patrice are just two of the many experts and educators we work here at Headspring. But before I pass over to them, I'd like to share another video to share with you how you could work with us here at Headspring.
What is your goal? How do you get there? What is the best strategy to develop your people? These are some of the key questions that guide us as we shape a custom solution for your business in one of our design jams. A design jam is where the co-creation of your learning journey really begins. It is an active session, conducted face-to-face or online. It is where our teams and your teams come together to formulate and plan the most impactful initiatives for your business. It is where we start to co-develop a solution unique and fit for purpose. Why? Because good design matters. Because the only way to ensure your investment returns measurable impact is by setting a clear goal and defining clear business and learning outcomes from the beginning. Because even though our approach is 100% adaptable, one thing is always the same. We start with you and your true business needs.
Welcome back, everyone. We're now with Patrice Gordon, an inclusive leadership expert, and she's going to guide us through the concept of reverse mentorship. Patrice, welcome to the FT.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here with you today.
And to this Headspring event. And I wanted to start off by asking you just very simply, what is reverse mentoring?
Okay. Well, reverse mentoring is where we have senior leaders who are mentored by people who are underrepresented around that senior leadership team table. So the way that I look at it could be from a gender and ethnicity and age perspective, which is our big thing at the moment with 5 generations in the workforce, sexuality, disability, any of those protected characteristics which may not kind of rise to the top in the same way, is what I'm really encouraging leaders to lead into.
And I just wanted to say to everyone watching, if you have a question, just pop it on and we'll get it on the iPads here. I want this to be as interactive as possible. It's very informal.
Yep.
Patrice is an expert in informality.
Yep.
So what first got you into reverse mentoring? Because it's a relatively new concept, isn't it?
It is. It started by Jack Welch, General Electric in the 1990s. Again, full circle, because it was from a technological point of view. He had senior leaders in the organisation who weren't necessarily au fait with the technological changes that are coming ahead. And as per the previous session that we just heard, that change is coming around again from a technology perspective. But ultimately, I was involved in reverse mentoring from a gender and an ethnicity perspective at Virgin Atlantic. I had been involved in a number of other activities outside my day job, shall we say, to help drive inclusivity within the business, and they were very receptive of it. So when it got to the point where they were thinking of launching this reverse mentoring program, our CEO at the time, Craig Krieger, was incredibly brave and said, actually, I don't have any Black women in my inner circle or my work circle, and I really would love to understand the different perspectives so I can see how we can build this to be a more inclusive environment to work in. And so I was the natural choice just because I had been involved in a few activities previously, and that was my first experience of it.
And how did that go for you? Can you explain a little bit about how it works?
Yes, of course. So I had a lead from the business HR department, which was Estelle Hollingsworth. She was our chief HR. She is now the chief HR officer. And ultimately, there was a lot of teeing up because I'm putting myself in a really vulnerable position. Craig was also putting himself in a really vulnerable position. We needed to be really clear as to what the objectives of the program were, and that was set up really nicely. So it was an exploration. It was a safe space to learn and ask questions and to really develop a relationship with someone that you might not normally have in the workplace. And so we were really clear in terms of this is the outcome that we're expecting. And the ultimate aim was to build more belonging within the workplace, to help shine a light on some differences, to make sure the leadership team were aware of what needs to be changed and adjusted to make it a more inclusive environment to work in. So we met once a month. The first meeting was off-site, which was really nice. This was pre-COVID. So it was nice to meet outside of the office without those distractions. And there was really just a getting to know you session to really check the chemistry, make sure that we were both happy with continuing the relationship going forwards. And then it turned into some deep, meaningful questions and insights around my lived experience. Born in Jamaica, came to the UK when I was 3, my formative years and the decisions that I made for my career and for my schooling. And subsequently, that led me to the position I was in. And he was also really open about asking me around challenges that I might have had, and outside of the workplace and also inside the workplace, so that he could influence and maybe try to influence and make it a better place to work.
And did you find right from the start that you could be open?
In my roles have always, so senior roles within finance and within commercial, I am really good at kind of getting my point across in a really objective way, which is why I think I was selected. And so, of course, for me, it was challenging because this is personal, not business. And it was the first time I was seen. I felt seen, actually. And I think that was alluding to some of the sessions that we listened to earlier. The first time I was seen as an individual, as opposed to just the work that I did. So that part was slightly nerve-wracking, I must admit. But to be honest, going into that relationship, I knew that it was to drive impact for the organization. So I was really confident in what I was saying and what I was sharing, because you can't get being yourself wrong.
No, it's true. And to take it, more of a macro view, what would you say are the benefits for organizations for people watching?
There are a few things that are ongoing at the moment. And I think maybe this is a good time for us to switch to the poll, because actually, if we switch to the poll now, I'd like to ask the audience some questions around what they think the biggest challenges are across kind of the economy and the business world at the moment. So if we could bring up the poll, I'd like to ask, I'm going to explain it, but I'd like to ask the audience to participate in a Menti poll that we've got coming up at the moment. I think it's coming up.
There it is.
Perfect. Okay, so there's lots of research that I do. And, when I was entering into this the first time, it was very much from a personal perspective. And then it led me to do lots of research, which we'll come on to next. But ultimately, there are 5 mega trends that are ongoing in the organization There are 5 major transformations and mega trends that are going on in economy and in society at the moment. The first one that we've got is really looking at, I think the top one up there is the demographic changes and shifts. And ultimately, there are up to 5 generations in the workforce today. So this is a major challenge for leaders, organizations, governments who are looking to influence and put in place policies which are going to be relevant to lots of different people. This is putting a strain on our environment, in the UK, on our NHS system. So the infrastructure really has to adjust and adapt to these changes in demographics. We also have this technological advancement, which we've obviously talked about quite a bit today. So generative AI, technology in general, how much do we think that is impacting the way that we work now and how that's going to work in the future? The fact that We've also got a massive impact on climate change and what that is going to look like for future generations, but we're actually seeing it really live now, and we all have to take action to address that. We have this massive impact of urbanization too. So lots of hotspots across the globe that are moving into these massive economic powerhouses. And these economic powerhouses are almost the GDP of some small countries in some instances. So we've got these 5 megatrends that are ongoing at the moment. And I think there's always bids in terms of which one's the hottest one right now. But for our audience at home and joining online, it's really interesting for us to see which ones you think are the top ones. So if we could flip back over to the poll to see what the big ones are. So we're saying actually resource scarcity, so the climate change one is the biggest one, demographic changes, and then technology, with shifts in the kind of global economic power that really touches on the fact that through technology, globally, different countries are able to express different parts of economic power. And that might have been really different in the past, but with technology, with the demographic changes, with climate change, actually we've got some smaller countries that are able to exert much more power than they could have done previously. So I think bearing in mind as we go forward with these conversations, those 5 big megatrends, when you look at the fact the organisation and the economic world is shifting so dramatically, I'm not saying that reverse mentoring is the be all and end all of that, of course, but what I am saying is ultimately that demographic shift, the technology piece and the climate change piece, alongside the urbanisation particularly, are some things that we can use reverse mentoring to address. So we can look at it from an age perspective, for example, in the same way as Jack Welch brought it in for General Electric. Right now, we're looking at the likes of generative AI, but also social media and the way that that impacts the way that we do business, the way that we can look at trends and understand, what's coming down the pipeline, the intelligence of it all to help us influence what we should do in the future. And when we look at the leadership teams that we have, in general, we have a similarity bias, and that similarity bias is that our senior leadership team tables across the FTSE, across S&P 500, they are very similar, and therefore it lacks in diversity. Even though from a gender perspective, we've made some great strides across the UK and the US, we're still lacking in terms of the other different demographics that aren't being addressed there. So if you are a leader working in an environment where we have these 5 megatrends, 4 of them are probably much more apparent to you that you will see on a day-to-day basis, how do you ensure that you're tapping into all of these changes in the best way possible?
And how do you think reverse mentoring helps with that? Is it simply the perspective of people that are coming up and are perhaps much more aware of these giant shifts?
Absolutely. But I also think the breadth of experience that you have, so not just from an age perspective, which is the biggest thing that we have currently at the moment, but when you look at the 5 different generations in the workforce, for example, the policies that you will have and you will put in place, you have to think of that from a more holistic point of view now, because you don't have such a massive chunk in a certain age bracket. It's actually spreading out quite a little bit more now. And ultimately, people's life choices and decisions are different. And so it's really trying to understand what you can do to listen more so that you can adjust, for example, your policies to address that. But I think also most importantly, where we have different people internally to the organizations, our consumers are also a lot more conscious at the moment. And when we look at that element around climate change and resource scarcity, people and all the polls really allude to the fact that people making decisions on where they purchase and who they purchase from with that climate change and kind of that ethical lens in mind as well. So when we look at the Edelman Trust reports, we can actually see that the general population trust organizations now more than they did before, more than governments even. And the CEOs, there's a great responsibility on CEOs to manage their organizations, not just from a profit perspective, but from an impact perspective too. So I think as a CEO, if you're thinking, okay, right, we've got all these changes that are coming down the line, how do I make sure that I have a plan which not only from a macro level makes sense, but how do I keep kind of that human interaction and human touch with the individuals that are in my organization? And from an age perspective, definitely. But when you look at the different demographics, it's definitely something that I've seen. I was at dinner last night with one of the organizations that I helped set up a program for. And the leaders were really just expressing the fact that they would have never been able to previously have kind of such a deep and meaningful, informal relationship with someone of difference, because all of the information that flows up to them is in a very hierarchical, formal way. So just, can we grab a coffee and, what's going on in life? from a perspective that you've built that relationship before. They didn't kind of have that. So now they feel really comfortable in, if they've got a policy change or if they've got something coming up and they want to have an alternative point of view, without the formalities, they can kind of tap into that relationship and ask those questions. And I was also reflecting on the fact that, before, historically, we used to have like one leadership style that leaders would have, and everyone would just fall in line and follow that leadership style. And now leaders are really being pulled on to kind of tap into different sides of them to make sure they're leading people in the way that they would like to be leaded. And that is a real challenge for some of our leaders. So really tapping into reverse mentoring as a tool to understand actually how does that group in general, using very general terms, like to be managed, and what is it that they need more of me for, and what parts of me can I dial up or dial down in order to lead them in the best way.
And to come back to something you mentioned earlier about listening, is learning to listen more actively do people get training to do this? Because I imagine that's really not something that some leaders are very good at.
2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, they say. And the leaders have all the feedback from the leaders are definitely the fact that they really struggle with this part. So as we get them on the program, part of their training is to really sit down and figure out actually where are some of their gaps and how do you listen more? How do you ask questions where you're not expected to know the answer, but you really want to lean into the discussion and the conversation around understanding someone of difference, or just understanding someone that you would not normally interact with. So the listening part is really one of the challenges, and I call it like leaders need to assume the position of the novice. And that means that when you're in office, you ask more questions and you listen more, and it's kind of getting into that frame of mind and recognizing and taking the pressure off them almost, because they don't have to have all the answers in this situation. They are the learner and they just need to listen.
So to take that more widely, how do you set up a reverse mentoring program? Is there kind of an induction? Is there a best practice for it?
I've written a book actually on it, And so, yes, there is best practice. Ultimately, the process that I go through is a lot of work with the program leader and the leadership team to understand why do you think reverse mentoring is the tool for you? So I often start by doing a lot of a deep dive to understand where some of the challenges that they are in the business, and why they think reverse mentoring is the intervention that's going to help them fix that. I would say 50% of the time reverse mentoring is not the tool for them to use because it's new and it's shiny and it's interesting and people are talking about it and there's a buzz. But for me, I strip it back and take it back a few levels, because one, you need an organisation where there is a good level of employee engagement in order for it to sit and embed really well. And what I mean by that is if there is low trust within the organisation, a reverse mentoring program is not going to fix that. It will probably make it a little bit worse. And that leads into psychological safety. So is there a strong and a high level of psychological safety within the organisation, not only from an inclusion, a learner or contributor perspective, but is there appetite and room for challenge? Because ultimately in these relationships, I don't just want the leaders to listen, although I did just say that. I want them to have a propensity to act on what they have learned. Because ultimately, if an underrepresented person is sharing their lived experience, maybe reliving some trauma to explain the depth of what they've been through, that can't just fall on ears which are just listening. There needs to be a commitment to act to drive change. And so that's some of the questions that I ask and challenges that I push to say, right, okay, if we set up a program, what is the propensity to act? Like, you have the power and you hold the power, leaders. What are you prepared to do with that power? So really just understanding some of the foundations in terms of where are we in terms of psychological safety, where there is power, how likely are you to act on that power? But also setting up a whole process in terms of this is the training that you need to go on to make sure that you're understanding why you're in this role, why you're in this position, what the underlying inclusion strategy is as to why we think we should use this intervention, because a lot of it is around conversation, a lot of it is around communication. So people will be asking, like, what is this reverse mentoring program and why are we doing it? Everybody needs to be clear as to why they're doing it, not just this is something that the team have come up with and this is why we're doing it. Those ones will ultimately fail because there's no point of accountability there. Check-ins with both the mentors and the mentees as we go through the program to make sure that we're staying on track to achieve what we want to out of the program. Course correcting where we need to. So I have an a great template, obviously, but I work with the organizations to make sure it's bespoke to them, because ultimately the language that I speak and the language that they speak might be different. And we want to make sure that the messages resonate well with the people that are involved in the program. And so it takes a business lead as well as me to come in to kind of work together to make sure the program is going to resonate and hit the employees in the way that we want it to. And then finally, it's wrapping up at the end to say, what is it that we have gained from this experience? What do we want to do differently next time? And then roll it out to different departments at scale, or we keep it within kind of the C-suite. The reason I think it works exceptionally well as an intervention is because it's the only one that senior leaders cannot delegate responsibility for. So they can be, you could be the sponsor for an ERG, an employee resource group, for example. And that means that you'll come in every now and then to kind of review the plans and approve the plans. But with reverse mentoring, you have to put yourself in a deeply vulnerable position. You have to be courageous. You need to adopt that growth mindset that everyone talks about. And I always liken it to the fact that you can adopt the growth mindset for sales and for operations, but when it comes to the people side, that's the hard part, right? Changing people's mindsets and attitudes is really tough and difficult. But once the leaders have been part of it, they acknowledge how challenging it can be. And so when they're talking, they can talk with real credibility because they've been through that process as well. And so that's why I think it's one of the kind of the best interventions to really drive change within the leadership team.
Thanks, Patrice. I'm just going to remind the audience that you can send questions in at any time. We've got a couple in, but okay. I'm going to hold those for a minute because I wanted to just talk about timescales. Mm-hmm. Is there a timescale? All of this sounds like it. I mean, do you set different timescales for it? Does it depend on the organisation?
It does. I have done programs between 3 months to 12 months, and they are 3 months to 6 months are pilots, and then the 12 months are a full year program. And so they will move through some of the challenges with the organisation at that point. So it'll be the first few sessions, really getting to know the individuals, then tapping into maybe some of the live meaty topics that you have in the organisation at the time. And some of the longer programs are the ones that are really inextricably linked with the employee engagement plan. So you're looking at, some of those questions that we get asked. So, how do you communicate with your leader? Do you feel like your leader knows and understands and values you? Do you think the leader in the organisation makes decisions with your best interests at heart? So these are some of the questions in the employee engagement survey that really attune to like the employee engagement and the leadership angle. And so where we have really comprehensive plans, the reverse mentoring and the employee engagement plan are really tightly linked. Where there are smaller pilots, then it's a pilot which is looking at a specific team or a specific area that we're trying to dig into. But it will depend on the organisation appetite, and it will look at the overall engagement strategy as well.
Is there any, written feedback, or how do the leaders have to write something?
Yep.
How do we know what's happened? I mean, I presume some of it is confidential.
It is, but there is, for my clients, we have 2 workbooks, a mentor and a mentee workbook, where we come together at the start to talk about the objectives that they share between them. I see those, not everyone sees those. So I can kind of look at it from an overall organisational perspective. And then in the check-ins that we do in between, within the cohorts, it's a real sharing exercise. So within that safe space, within those 2 cohorts of the mentors and the mentees, we ask them to share their feelings and their feedback in terms of what they can do differently. And at the end point, we pull together a report which goes through, actually, these are the learnings that we've had. These are the things that we're going to take forward. These are the things that we want to change for the next round. And that's particularly important because otherwise you're just having a real good talking shop with no concrete actions afterwards. So there is a report for each of the clients at the end of it to talk about the change. And then when that's nicely linked to the employee engagement plan, we then tap and track some of the key questions from a leadership perspective to the reverse mentoring element. And I think we also talked about it earlier today, where it's not just the individual relationship, it's trickle down throughout the whole organisation. So where you will have this relationship maybe with one individual, that person who is part of another group, which has great intersectionality, they will either have a great experience, a not so great experience, or a terrible experience, and that will reverberate throughout the whole organisation. So when you're looking at those leadership behaviours, it's through the experience of 1 or 2 individuals that have impact with the rest of the organization. So it's always really important to remember that. But yeah, we'll pull together quite a comprehensive report at the end with the learnings and with the next steps.
So that reflects one of the questions we've got here, which is, how do you measure success on reverse mentoring? Would it be in that report, and what changes?
Yes, definitely. I'm working alongside some of the mentoring platform providers at the moment as well. And we have seen across literally all of them almost a 200% increase in the requests for reverse mentoring programs over the past couple of years. They are great in terms of the evidence that you can collate from them, but also the fact that, that 92% of like the S&P have mentoring programs at the moment, and you can track that to the performance. You can also break that down into different levels to really understand the employee engagement numbers and the attrition alongside the retention of individuals who have been involved in reverse mentoring programs. And what's really great to see is with a lot of that evidence, that not only is the retention for the mentors, who are the underrepresented individuals, but with the mentees, their retention is also higher. And their reports have shown that they have a real sense of purpose after being involved in these programs. So not only do the underrepresented individuals feel seen, heard, and valued, but the leaders also feel like they're giving something back from a more human perspective as well. And that's really wonderful to see.
Great. So we've also got, what are some of the first steps to implement this in the organisation? Do people volunteer, or are they picked on both sides? And also, this is from me, do you find resistance in terms of the senior leadership? Do they step forward, or do they have to be persuaded? How does it go?
Let's start with that question. So, I would say the tone is set from the top. So I've worked with some great organisations where the CEO or the C-suite are like, right, we're definitely doing this. I'm signing up. And, that leadership saying that I'm signing up generally gets other people to sign up too. Where it is a little bit more, I think you should do this, really important, I would say that I have to do a lot of work to make sure that they are aware of the responsibility that they're carrying to enter into that relationship. Because when you force participation from both a mentor and a mentee perspective, and when I say force, I think you should really do this and get involved in it. You want the right appetite there, especially if you're doing a pilot. You need that right level of appetite to be able to drive proper constructive change. And that's not to say that those individuals on that kind of scale of maybe not interested can't be convinced, but you want to start on, I want to say, fertile ground where people can lean into the experience and really get the most from it. And I always find that those are the individuals that may be on the fence, and those individuals that are the key advocates. They will really put their whole selves into that first experience. And then that gives a really good kind of case study for others to get involved into later. So in the first instance for your question, in terms of how do people get selected from it, it's a whole application process in terms of being really clear. This is what the program is. This is what we're trying to get out of it. If you're an individual who wants to be a mentor, these are the key skills that we're looking for, but tell us what you can bring and what you want to share. And then from a mentee perspective, I ask questions alongside of, how have you contributed towards making your organisation an inclusive place to work thus far, and really tapping into some of the kind of underlying motivations that people might have, so that we pull those together, and then we do a matching exercise to ensure that there's a good amount of stretch in terms of someone who's different, but also a acknowledgement that someone might want to tap into a relationship that they might not have the privilege of being able to do on a day-to-day basis.
And just picking up on that a little bit, is there not to bring it down, but what are the potential disadvantages? What do you have to look for?
I think, one of my biggest challenge with all of my clients is time. And now I've kind of developed a good understanding in terms of if we're really slow to start, or if meetings keep on getting shifted and half the team aren't there when we do it and I have to repeat it for the other half of the team, that's not a real fertile ground for me to start the program on. And ultimately, as we move through the program, I end up and the team end up catching parts as opposed to bringing it together for a cohesive conversation. So I would say time is one of the biggest challenges. And then where organisations aren't 100% clear as to why they want reverse mentoring as an intervention, that's where it can get a bit messy, and we have to spend a bit more time in trying to tee it up, because I think that's the biggest challenge. Then where relationships don't go so right, and leaders kind of step away from it, due to the discomfort as opposed to leaning into it, that doesn't bode well, because ultimately that encourages kind of more distrust and mistrust within the organization, because people have volunteered their time, they've leaned into the opportunity, and then things haven't quite gone right, and then you haven't quite resolved it, and then that's a really negative experience for the individual, which then trickles down to the rest of the organization. And if not addressed properly, then it's kind of like, well, that didn't work, we're not going to try that again.
So you have to be quite careful
Yeah.
not to sort of create ripples of...
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's really interesting. So what type of organisation could benefit the most? Would it be as effective in a big organisation or a small one? Or is it a universal?
I would say it's universal. Where I've worked on it with larger organisations, I like to pick a department, or the department picks me usually, to say, actually, can we trial it here? And then they understand how it will work within the organisational construct, and then we can expand it wider into different parts of the organisation. I'd say with smaller organisations, we have to just be very conscious, because a key tenet to this is psychological safety. And when we do the pairings, we try to not pair them with individuals that are in the same department, because that encourages more of a free conversation, because you don't necessarily want to be having a conversation with your boss's boss's boss, because that could have other implications for you in the workplace. So it's just really trying to find that balance. For smaller organisations, what I recommend is more kind of listening circles, and really trying to use the principles of reverse mentoring, which is listening, understanding, and then having an action-orientated plan, bringing those principles in to do more guided conversations with a wider group of people. So it feels less intensive for the leader, and it feels less intensive for the individual. If you're in like a 20-person or, you know, a really small organisation, then you won't necessarily trip up on each other, because you're having a wider conversation. So it's usually much more beneficial in that way.
And what would the role of HR be in terms of implementing reverse mentoring? Do you work closely with HR partners?
Yeah, I do. And when I first started, it was like, right, HR, this and this. But then when I started to do more research and work with more organisations, those larger organisations, HR only really get involved when they're hiring or when there is a problem. So it's like in or out, alongside some of the kind of middle pieces around compliance, for example. So in those organisations, actually, I have a program lead who is someone who is responsible for kind of the people aspect of the department, who are not HR, but they take this responsibility on, usually on the side of their desk, in terms of a employee engagement piece that they will have. So with those organisations, it's much better to work with those leads. And then in some organisations, HR are slick, and they have all of the policies that they manage, and they want to be the funnel through which things go through. So it just depends on the organisation. But I would say it's 50-50. 50% of the time it's HR that bring me in, and 50% of the time it's a program lead or an ERG lead who have heard about reverse mentoring, tried it before, and want some help in kind of adding some rigour to it to make sure it sticks within the organisation.
Which external organisations offer reverse mentorship options for cross-sector learning? Have you ever been involved in that?
I haven't been involved in that, but I do know, well, actually, there's a few organisations in hospitality, so Women in Hospitality, Travel and Leisure, also Women in Travel, CRC, obviously my background is in travel, so I've been involved in those programmes myself, but it's very impactful, especially, you know, again, for some of those smaller organisations who might not have the breadth within the organisation to test it with. To be involved in something external is definitely helpful.
Patrice, we're running very short for time. Is there one thing you'd like to leave the audience with?
I would like to say that, you know, ultimately, we all live in a world which is getting much more polarised than ever. And the only way that we are going to get through this is together, but to lean into our human side and really lean into not what kind of the rhetoric is saying in terms of like amplifying those differences, but really leaning into the fact that we are all human. And just to have a conversation with someone of difference, I assure you, you will find much more that you have in common than you would have in difference. So lean into those differences and find the commonalities, because, you know, I think the world just definitely needs to be much more connected.
Patrice Gordon, thank you so much.
Thank you so much as well.
A huge thank you to Patrice and Isabel. What an extraordinary talk, and what an extraordinary concept. Reverse mentoring. I think it is that kind of forward-thinking leadership, aware of its blind spots and open to new voices that can lead to real cultural change in an organization. And achieving that change is the focus of our final panel of the day, which is going to be how to cultivate a future-ready work culture. But it's also the core of what we do here at Headspring. We work with all different sort of leaders from different backgrounds to build bespoke, agile programs that help them achieve the change they need. And I would like once again to remind you, please keep on sending in your questions. You've got the instructions on the chat and on the screen. And before actually I hand back to Isabel, who will be moderating our final session, we're going to share one of our client stories of Above and Beyond on how they created their leadership academy.
We actually looked for various academic partners and chose Headspring Executive Development because there are a lot of programs out there. What we found really attractive was the combination of your access to some 550 professors worldwide from different universities instead of just going with one institution. At the same time, we see that top professors are always making cases. And that means that they are typically looking at a company and then it's data going backwards. The world today is moving so fast. What we really enjoy is also to include the Financial Times journalists that are experts within their areas and are really having the fingers in the pulse, but also really looking into the future. So the combination of those two is quite unique. And that combination, I really think, is what modern leadership programs should be all about, especially at executive level. The first module taking place in Copenhagen, where we had a lot of also Nordic leading companies worldwide they're leading, especially on sustainability and so on. And then 3 days here in London, in the building of Financial Times. And then the last module is 3 days in Madrid at IE Business School, where we even managed to get the dean to do one of the courses, which is super exciting too. So this is really something that is difficult to match by the competition out there. And we really want to make sure that the leaders that we are developing, when they get the career opportunity, are absolutely ready, more than ready, 120% ready to step up and take charge. With Headspring and the global reach you have and the deep understanding of learning you have from an academic point of view and what we know within DE&I, it's like a match made in heaven. If you really want to achieve balanced leadership, moving the needle really takes time. We see it with the programs. People like PwC that's been sending year on year, big law firms been sending year on year, started with very few female partners, and now they completely changed it because suddenly you have a pool of 30, 50 women that's gone through these programs over the years, and they feel appreciated, they're ready, and when they get the opportunity, they step up and become partners. So we know what works, but if you do not invest, then you'll never get anywhere.
Welcome back. Welcome. Heard about the many challenges facing people leaders across the country, from AI to talent retention, from DEI to empathy. But as we discuss the creative and innovative ways to address each of these, there's one question left. What's next? And what new challenge is around the corner? And how do we prepare ourselves for it? How do we ensure our company is adaptive? How do we cultivate a future-ready work culture, which happens to be the name of our final panel? So I'd like to introduce our final panelists. Daniel Fuster, here on my left, is Head of Human Resources at the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development. And Perry Timms is Founder and Chief Energy Officer. Founder and Chief Energy Officer, I love it. at People Transformational HR. Welcome, Daniel, and welcome, Perry, to the FT studio.
Thank you, Isabel.
I wanted to start off by asking you both a very general question. You know, what is the biggest challenge in the workplace that you're seeing at the moment? I'm going to start with you, Daniel. I know it's a very general question, but can you drill down onto one thing?
Thank you, Isabel. That's a very interesting question, actually. I don't think we can talk about one challenge. I think we have several challenges that are coming pretty quick at us. You were mentioning about discussions that you've had today during the different talks that you've had in this event about AI. Of course, that's undeniable. It's accelerating change in the workplace. It's accelerating the way that we work, and I'm sure that we will speak about it. I would say for us in OECD, we've also identified geopolitics. Climate change is also going to be a big challenge for the workplace coming on. Misinformation and also the amount of information that we have available to do at work on a daily basis. And finally, also that encounter that we're having at the workplace, especially after the pandemic, of values and culture in general, and what people expect of bringing their whole selves to work, and how do we manage it to make it an effective and productive workplace.
Thank you. Perry, what about you?
I'm really glad Daniel went first, because that is just the list that everybody's grappling with. But I will go with one, Isabel. I think the big challenge is intensity. Everything feels so intense, and it's not just pace, it's complexity, it's everything coming all at once. But I think what's building that level of intensity is actually a couple of pathologies that we've got. And one pathology is the pathology of greed when it comes to economics and so on. And the other pathology is the pathology of power, and how that is actually being either gripped more tightly or dispersed. And that's creating an intensity in terms of challenge as well.
So I wanted to say to the audience, as we're going to chat here, but do send us your questions or your thoughts on what are the biggest challenges you're facing, and we'll try to answer them as we go, but there will be time at the end as well. So sticking with you, Perry, I know you particularly work with a lot of kind of cutting edge organizations. What are the sort of the trends at that end of HR? Perhaps some people might say that's a bit out there, but that'll be coming down the pipe in a few years for most people, won't it?
Well, I think to Daniel's point about the range of things we're having to tackle, change management is vastly different now from what it was even 5 years ago. So what I'm seeing is people not thinking about change as a program, but as a constant and almost splicing change into what they would call business as usual. Now that adds complexity, because it's not a team that you can regulate and put a frame around. It's kind of everybody. So I've called it people-powered change, because that's what it feels like. And you touched on some of the other things, Isabel, in your introduction. Agility, that's gone from a buzzword to a must-have, but people are still like, how do I create an anti-fragile adaptive organization then? It's kind of different from how it was before. So I'm seeing the kind of surge, I suppose, of dynamic organization design. We have to reshape and adjust as a kind of regular occurrence rather than an episodic 5-year strategy. So HR is having to deal with the kind of people aspects of that. Where do people sit? Who do they report to? How do we allocate workflow? Most importantly, though, what skills and capabilities do we need next? Because we might have some now, but what do we need to emerge into? So those are the HR challenges I see.
Yeah, and Daniel, how do you see change as a, is it a constant or is it a strategy?
Well, I think that by now we can say that change is become a constant and not necessarily a strategy anymore. There is no more the alternative to choose if we are going to have to grapple with change in any type of field, in any type of sector. And I think to Perry's point, some of the challenges of dealing with change have to do also with the way that we tell our people what they need to do to be successful. So it's no longer a matter of getting a CV and seeing that you're an expert on X or Y field, that you went to X or Y school. Is how do you harness the competencies to deal with that change in an agile manner, and to move from one aspect to the other, to deal with failure sometimes, because to deal with change also means to try things and to also fail at them and then learn and reintegrate into what you do every single day. And that is across every single field. It doesn't matter if you're an expert in tech, it doesn't matter if you're an expert in health. It's becoming more and more prevalent in the workplace regardless.
That's interesting. And do you think we're getting better at dealing with failure?
I don't think so yet.
Is that your experience?
I'd agree. I think there's still a stigma to failure. And I think there's something about how we can create safe failure that we haven't quite yet grasped. And that's containing experiments. But we talk a lot about evidence, don't we? I mean, OECD exists really to help us with policy and evidence. But I think evidence also comes from experiments that are contained, that can probe the future and prove a pathway is worth following. And if not, you don't go that way anymore. You adjust and adapt, don't you? So it's that.
So, Daniel, I wanted to ask you, you've been in the corporate world for a long time. What's the biggest shift you've seen in that time, and what shifts are to come, do you think?
Well, there's plenty of shifts that I've seen during my career, but let me start with the HR function for an example, since we have a lot of HR practitioners in the audience, maybe. So when I started my career almost 25 years ago, HR was still in the admin phase, is what I would like to call.
Personnel.
Correct, personnel. We were more in the field of supporting the business, running the payroll, making sure that people got their performance done in the system, et cetera, et cetera. Then I've seen that we've evolved into a stage in which HR has become more of an enabler, and many organizations are already in that stage in which HR becomes a business partner, and thus the creation of HR business partners that are embedded in the business and understand the business and work with the business on a daily basis. And slowly but surely that has been underscored by a current of the use of data for decision making in HR as well, and technology adoption. I think that the next stage for HR, as we grapple with all of this change and with all of this, is to gain more and more a seat at the table, so that we're not considered a support function, but rather part of the business, which is what we are ultimately, because people are at the heart of what organizations do in all fields of expertise.
Right. So I've written a lot of stories suggesting there isn't enough people expertise at the top in companies, around the top table. Is there any sign of that changing, Perry?
I think there is, because if you talk to CEOs, and we see surveys on a regular basis in this regard, talent is an enormous challenge for them. Both the acquisition of talent, because it's a competitive market for certain skills, and also then the retention of that talent once you have the right kind of acquisition strategy. But then, to me, it's all about the deployment, the development, and the versatility that comes from that talent. That's still quite an immature board-level discussion. Now, what I'm seeing from the people profession is we're stepping more strongly into fields like strategic workforce planning and the data that Daniel talked about. And that data is not just basic data on people. It is performance related, it is capability related, and it is even starting to touch on things like emotional intelligence and the ability to respond in crises, because then we can start to go, where do our people need to be at crucial times? And it's that dynamism I talked about.
Yeah. So we've already got a question. What's your advice for dealing with toxic culture? And that perhaps feeds into what we've just been talking about, HR at the top table, because a lot of companies can be derailed by a toxic culture that the CEO may not realise. How can HR professionals help to deal with toxic culture? Is it talking to the leadership?
Well, I think from my point of view, it's very difficult to create a silver bullet to solve all of this. If it were, this wouldn't exist anymore in organizations. But some of the things that I've seen successfully weed out this type of problem include, first of all, tone from the top, of course. Your organization has had to have a will to want to live values, live protection for people to feel safe at work. And it starts with setting tone from the top. Then come principles and a framework that is known and communicated to everybody, followed by safe spaces. And it doesn't have to only be HR. It has to also be, if you can and you can afford, having an ombudsperson, or maybe having an ethics officer that can help you create those safe spaces for people to come and present their concerns. And then finally, there's accountability, which is people need to be reassured by seeing, by example, that there is little to no tolerance when incidents occur, and that actions are being taken by management to weed out, to, as I was saying, to eliminate this type of toxic environment in an organization.
That's interesting. So Daniel touched on a sort of independent ombudsman type thing there. Is that something you're seeing? Because with the best will in the world, some employees don't trust HR, do they?
No, and I think HR's got this real dilemma of where it leans. And I think it's lent very strongly into business latterly, as you rightly pointed out, because I think it had to create influence, to the point that then people in the organisation are a little bit mistrusting of that because they see them leaning into the business. But I think the ethics argument that you talked about and the emergence of ESG, environment, social and governance, gives HR a chance to go, this is bigger than just board and bigger than just profit, right? So I think we can make representation there. But I think there's something about that, as you say, ombudsman role. I think HR has the right to talk truth to power now and say, if you do not get this right, it is economically damaging for us, because we've seen companies who have imploded because of culture. And so we know the trail of evidence is there, and it's our responsibility to hold that space.
I wanted to just shift it a bit. We've mentioned agility in this. I have been writing about this area for a long time. I still don't really understand what agility is. Perry, could you enlighten me?
I can. So I often talk about agile as a small a and a big A. The small a is that we are responsive and adaptive. So we have kind of looser structures that are a bit more mercurial than they are steel-like, right? But then the big A, agile, is where we've got methodology, where we can adopt a product orientation to solving a problem. And that sounds a bit odd for professionals to create products, but we've got products all over the place: apprenticeship schemes, policies, maternity leave, career paths. So we take a product approach and we think very different about people's experience within it and including them in the process. I think the crucial thing, though, Isabel, is to remind us what Daniel said about failure in bursts and value creation in iterations. Those are the things that HR's not had a good, strong reputation in the past, but is starting to emerge into that. So working in sprints, involving people in the design, quick test and learn before we then go and release something new. And then that's, I think, what the agility piece looks like.
Thank you. That's a very clear explanation. So we've gone some time without discussing AI in any great depth. It's been in the news this week very much.
Oh, crikey.
Daniel, what is the role of AI? I mean, just on a very practical level, is rollout of AI just going to fall to HR people and, reassuring a worried workforce? But on a more macro level, how is it going to impact the work of HR professionals and work generally?
So I don't think that this is only an HR problem. I think that it's so big and it's so fast that it will impact every single part of organizations regardless. And I would like to invite people hearing us to take a look at our 2023 Employment Outlook report on the OECD, which takes a look at our 38 member countries and the impact that we found thus far in terms of AI and in its integration into the labor markets. Now, I think that it's not a question about how or where AI is going to hit us. It's a question of how we're going to adapt quickly to the progress of this type of technology. And there are two, and this report is super good in this sense. There are two waves that are opening up in terms of opinion on the public. One, people that are adopting the old Luddite approach, in which they don't want to see jobs destroyed and they are doubtful of our AI, and others who are very quickly thinking about their jobs, thinking about their skills and functions to see how they can actually amplify their skills through the use of AI. I truly believe that that's the future, Isabel. I'm an optimist in terms of technology adoption, not without reins. I think that there are risks, that there are troubles that can be brought, biases that we have to weed out from AI because of the base data that it feeds from, and always a human in the loop is what many say, and I couldn't agree more. But on the same token, I think that this type of technology can actually pervert the way we work for better good of the world if you work for an organization like mine that is doing better policies for better lives.
Are you a technomist?
I'm with Daniel on the whole sense of how it can augment what we do, but the caution is absolutely right about bias and about over-reliance and so on, so the human touch is still absolutely vital. But my sense is there are so many large issues to solve, information being one of them. We cannot do it without some augmentation. I think there's really something about people fearing, will AI take my job? I think the answer to that is not necessarily. But will somebody who can leverage AI replace me? Yes. So we've got to lean into it and we have to be participants within it. it's still like a child in terms of technology. It makes mistakes and it's clumsy. That's where we can add sophistication and maturity. But make no bones about it, we are absolutely needing to develop new capabilities super fast in order to make this work.
And just as a piece of general advice to people watching, how can they prepare for the rollout of generative AI in the workplace? Daniel, is there anything you've been doing internally to?
Yes. Well, first of all, my own personal piece of advice is nothing replaces a critical mind. So any and everything that you try and that you expose yourself in terms of Gen AI, look at it with a critical mind and don't take it face value, because that is going to probably be a recipe for getting into trouble. I think that organizations in general, including the OECD, are quickly developing internal guidelines about how we expect our people to interact with this AI developments. And I think that's a crucial part, being clear with the communication with people about what you can do and you cannot do with AI. There's a lot of very important and sensitive information that organizations hold about their staff. AI and the publicly available models of things like ChatGPT is not the place to put the information that is sensitive to your company. There will be developments internal to firewalls, internal to this infrastructure of IT of your own organization, that probably very quickly will get there, but not right now. So I think, going back to the general point, developing clear communication and the guidelines for your people on how to interact with AI is a first and crucial and practical step.
Perry, are you finding that, obviously that's best practice. Are you finding many organisations are doing that yet?
Not yet. They're starting to. And I think you're absolutely right. The concern is about privacy and security. So therefore, people are being really tentative. Now, the HR technology vendor community are all over it. It is AI everywhere. So, but there is, I think, a stress test to that, because we shouldn't just over-rely on vendor solutions. We've got to be part of the conversation about how do we use that. So I think there's something about how we can create more experimentation, again, safely for this. But people's propensity to learn is always there, so we need to tap into that. This is a great way for people to accelerate their digital literacy, not get further behind. That's my sense. The co-pilot thing we've not seen before. This could give people digital capabilities really rapidly compared to how they've been used to using them. So that, again, is something to watch for.
So we touched a little bit on talent retention strategies. Perry, could you expand that a little bit? Are there any easy wins for people watching in terms of recruiting and retaining the best people? Because it's quite a hot market. It's not showing any signs of becoming less difficult to find the right people, is it?
It's hot in certain areas, isn't it? There are high demand, and those are absolutely overheating. And then there's almost like an hourglass kind of situation where there's then lots of other ones where people are kind of there's more people than there are other roles. So I guess, what do we look at? I think some of the crucial things that we should bring into our sort of everyday being and the culture that Daniel talked about, recognition is still a little bit either tokenistic or mechanistic. And I think we need this more active form of recognition, because people get a real kick out of being recognised. So that's an easy thing to do, because you don't have to engineer it. It's a habit to form.
Would that be from a manager or something more formal?
Across the board, I think, because peer relationships are really strong. When I talk to people in all levels in organisations, I often kind of ask them, what is it that keeps you doing this job? And they say that I know it adds value, I make a difference, but that people recognise that and support me. Those three things are the secret sauce. On top of that, people like choice and career paths that perhaps are determined by them. And there's no doubt that supportive management and strong visionary leadership are key things for people to stay put, because they believe and they feel they've got somebody who's looking out for them. So those things are not going away in a hurry at all.
So a bit of praise goes a long way.
Oh, massively so. Yeah.
Daniel, what would you add to that?
I think that was a brilliant answer, Perry.
Thank you.
It's very difficult to top that, but I would add on top of it. Yes, people are demanding more and more, not only a good pay, but also working in something that really lives their values and that doesn't necessarily only work for the bottom line of a company, but also for their own sense of what they're leaving into the world. And we're seeing more and more people gravitate into these type of jobs and creating that environment in which people feel that they're building into something bigger than them, it's important, regardless if you're a small company or a big company or a public international like we are. I think that also a sense of accomplishment and thankfulness that Perry was saying, that's very important. And it comes into high contrast sometimes with the vertical structure of some of the hierarchical organizations that you may be out there. And it's always sometimes as simple as recognizing a job well done. And finally, the other thing that I would like to add is career pathing. So what are the possibilities in front of me?
Yeah.
What can I do within this organization? Because people now have choice. As of May, 4.8% unemployment rate in OECD countries. This is a very hot market. It's a market where people are competing for talent. So retaining the best talent possible is also telling them what they can achieve and where they can go with their careers within an organization.
He topped that beautifully, didn't he?
He did.
Well done.
So I've got a question here. How do you envision HR or people departments evolving over the next few years? Daniel, I mean, we touched on AI.
So I think that first and foremost, we need to start from a point in which HR starts to evolve also to be less HR driven. Because I think that sometimes we like to look ourselves in the mirror and talk a lot about our lingo, a lot about the way we see things and the way that we would like to structure things. And I think that we need to start listening more to people, not only business leaders, not only your budget structures and your work plans, but also what people are saying. Things like engagement surveys that are now very prevalent in the workplace, or well-being surveys, are some good examples about how HR is evolving now towards that people and culture modeler. Not that HR is the owner of culture. It's a support and enabler function. That's one thing that I would say. But at the same time as we do this, we have to understand what are the drivers of the organizations that we work for. So understanding that those drivers need to be aligned to culture for us to be effective is a key parameter. Otherwise, whatever initiatives we may put in terms of pay, and then we can take out the lingo about compensation, benefits, and all of these things that we like to talk about, are going to fail as they've failed many times before. And all of that underpinned and accelerated by the incorporation of technology, not in a central manner, but in a very dispersed form across the organizations.
Oh, so that's quite existential.
Yeah.
What is HR if it isn't what it is at the moment? I mean, how would you define the future of HR?
So I think with the technology that we're talking about, there will be a lot of the sort of baseline administration automated, and people get very comfortable.
Will that go straight to managers, do you think?
There'll be some of that.
Yeah.
There'll be some of the sort of scripted stuff that we've been saying, which does liberate HR then to do something that perhaps might surprise people. And where I see HR teams being perhaps most impactful is where they're coming up with creative solutions that nobody expects. Like, wow, HR did that. I thought we had loads of rules that box that in. That makes a huge difference. And then the agility piece that we talked about, which is where HR can flex and be so responsive across value chains, employee life cycles, turbulence, problem spots. HR could model just how to be as a function that's responsive to that, and then trickle that through the rest of the organization to get that de-stratification that you talked about, so that then when problems hit us as an organization, we're ready for it. Now, so creativity and that responsiveness, I think that would make a huge difference to us.
So Daniel mentioned that HR is not the sort of keeper of corporate culture, but should it be? Who is?
It's kind of everybody's, isn't it? Culture is almost like a sort of energy force that you can't really just sort of say one person conducts that. So I think there's something about the narration, perhaps, and the evaluation of it that we can happily stand in that space. And I think when we think about stories that matter, when we think about data that gives us wisdom around culture, we can happily stand in that space. But it's everybody's, really.
Yeah. Is there a danger that HR gets too associated with the negatives? You know, whenever there's a scandal, often the HR people take the fault. Is there a way in which, you know, organisations are moving towards being more people focused in a much more positive way? Daniel, are we seeing that?
Yeah, I think that movement has started a long time ago. I think from 5 years to now, I've seen that wave kind of turn. The pandemic was a big accelerator, I think, of this process for HR. I think that HR was reevaluated in organizations, but all that it had to deliver during the pandemic. And now I think that's a place that we need to keep. I think the days where we were policing around, I mean, it's not that that doesn't happen, but it's becoming less and less prevalent because it's being replaced by other things that are needed, other things that are desired by the organization. And going back to the point that Perry was making before in terms of culture, I would add that where we can, as HR, add value is being the principal champion and supporter of good culture. And that is by doing the right advice, or giving the right advice rather, on how to put systems and processes that craft that culture around the organization, and convincing leaders to give that tone for the top that then can be espoused and lived by everybody else.
Thank you, that's great. I've got a question here about, can you give some insight on introducing intentional change to shift organically driven cultures and making that a constant principle of growth, which I think sort of aligns with my next question, which was around how can HR drive innovation in companies? I mean, are a lot of companies just organically driven, kind of mucking around down there?
I would agree with Daniel. I'm seeing more of that. I'm seeing more of the deliberate attempt and execution of people-centric practices, listening and shaping, and a degree of accessibility perhaps to key pieces of work that do strengthen culture in that particular regard. I think innovation has always been a real hot potato in organizations, because we've seen people try and create innovation hubs and units, and that hasn't worked. And then they've said, well, let's just disperse it then. It's like, well, how do I trap it? And I think the answer to that is that we see it all the time. People in customer conversations, people in colleague conversations, there's innovation that kind of bursts out there. We've got to create the infrastructure that captures it so that we can then use that to say, this is how we shape, this is how we organically adapt. So that feels like it's got some kind of quantum force to it, because it's renewable. So it's messy, but it's also very coherent. Do you see what I mean by that? So I think let's stop having program offices and innovation days and just bring that into our norms. Then we'll see positive change.
So to add to that, I think that Perry mentioned before about usually how organizations have structured themselves in boxes and org charts and all that. And maybe that is necessary still for budgeting and for planning and for a lot of things. But it's how you work in between those lines that brings innovation. For example, creating clusters of teams that are cross-functional, from unexpected places. If you have operations with corporate people and vice versa, that's an idea. Also, trying to get people to gravitate outside of job descriptions, I find, and more into skills, and then that those skills and that talent flows into business needs, regardless of reporting lines, etc., etc. I mean, consulting firms had a lot of experience in this sense in assembling and disassembling teams regarding business needs. And then finally, one thing that I think I've seen in my career that really drives innovation is just putting needs out there for employees to raise their hand. And I want to contribute to X, Y, or Z, and I have additional capacity to give more. That helps a lot if you do it in a structured manner.
There's a London Business School professor called Gary Hamill who talks about participatory organisation. It's exactly that point.
Is that about sort of thinking differently about how you create project teams, and how do people come for it? Has tech helped us in that way? Do things like Slack help us to find each other in big organizations? Because I often wonder how those are best used. They can be very toxic, but they can also be incredibly helpful. Have you seen any examples of great practice with workplace tech?
So in my experience, I think a big turn of the screw, if you would like, came with collaborative softwares like the one that you're mentioning, Slack, Teams. The shared, cloud environment has bring more agility in how we do, our regular business, reviewing documents, correcting Excel spreadsheets. I mean, you name it. But I don't think that that's necessarily the only thing, the channels in which we collaborate, that drives really innovation and cross-fertilization that we're talking about. Some companies are already trying and experimenting with the establishment first of good core competencies, which is what we're doing in the OECD, reducing, what you want on people from a very, very varied set of behaviors to an understandable set of core behaviors that people can understand and that you can recruit from in the market. That helps from the substantive side. The other thing is, once people are in, there's a wealth of information about what people have done before coming to your company that we're not tapping into.
Yeah.
It's in there in the CVs, is in the way that people collaborate across Slack and all of these sources. And that's where, coming back to the question of AI, is can we in the future tap on the capacity of AI to look for people who have this knowledge and it's buried down there, so that we can prompt them and say, hey, you know about this. Can you join this team? Hey, you know about that other thing. We need this type of skill to solve this very difficult problem. That's where I see more the technological application of this going in the near future.
Yeah. Perry, have you got anything to...
Yeah, I mean, I see that as almost like dynamic guilds, where you've got professional disciplines and it can bring people into them even if they're not kind of registered within that guild. Yeah, so I did some work with a tire company who wanted to have mass participation in their climate agenda. So they ran a series of hackathons, bringing people together from different disciplines to create ideas that could help. I mean, the harvest of ideas was just so abundant that they then had to make a choice about rank and priority. So that just shows you, when you give people the space, they want to do that. It isn't in the job description, but they want to do that. I'm with Daniel on this. The whole job description sometimes creates such a cage of confinement to what people do. So I'm much more into skills-based, role-based thinking, and people having the opportunity to kind of broadcast themselves and to tap into things that help them and help the company find new skills. So hackathons is just a great example of that.
So we're coming to the end now, and I just wanted to touch on mental health, which has become a huge issue in workplaces, but also particularly for HR people, as more and more is put on them. Do you have any advice for viewers, for themselves, but also for how best to tackle mental health issues within the workplace? Because since the pandemic, it really just keeps rising, doesn't it?
Right. And before the pandemic, well-being and mental health was buried down there within probably your common benefits function, and now it's become a principal problem of worry in the workplaces, that even CEOs are paying attention to this, and I think it will continue to be. I think something has to be said about how do we create options for people to resolve this type of needs, these type of challenges. And the workplace, there is a responsibility of us as employers as well to create those spaces. We cannot solve every single problem that an individual has. We have to be conscious about it. But yes, create first safe spaces. We were talking about that before, in which people can seek help. Other types of things that we can do are more your run-of-the-mill, which is create also the right workflow so that burnout is not an issue to start with, so that support is also at hand, that people can do what they need to do and have the support that they need to do. And also that they seek the medical support if needed be at any point. And for that, you need a lot of conscientization from leadership to when the alarm bells are ringing on a staff member that might need additional help, and to act upon it, to reach out and to try to seek that help. I think that organizations need to create both that awareness, that leadership skill, but also those instruments to deal with it. And it's not going to go away, I think.
No. Harry,
what
are you finding?
Yeah, I think there's a problem in the way we look at, let's say, job design and the load balancing for that job that has the systemic aspect of a problem. And people are like, I'm in this job, I'm absolutely full pelt every day. I can't sustain this. So we need a way to do that. And again, I think technology can help us with how people are allocated work and how they find work and balance it themselves. But I think Daniel's points are right about how it needs to be kind of modeled. There's an absolute economic drain as well as a moral obligation if people are absent from work through stress and ill health that we've kind of inflicted on them by the conditions they're having to work in. So we've got to reverse that, because it's costly and it is just immoral. So load balancing, role descriptions, alerts and support And punctuation is the thing for me. Days are brutal. Without punctuation, this thing that we call the brain is just worn out. And that's a danger sign.
So we're coming to the end. I just wanted to wrap up by asking you both for something you'd like to leave the audience with. Perry, could I start with you?
Yeah, I think just to that point, actually, I left you with, that people talk about, how do I manage time now because my diary's crunched and so on. I think the question to ask is, how do I balance my energy? I would like to leave people with the thought that it's not a work-life balance, it's just a balanced life. So how can you bring that in as part of your strategy to cope? So manage your energy, not your time.
So just to pick you up on that, so work-life balance, do you think that's an outdated concept?
Yeah, I do.
So you'd say balance
your
life. Energy,
balance
your life.
Yeah, balance life.
I like that very much.
Thank you,
Daniel.
Thank you. I like a lot this ending quote from Perry, so I'll write it out and
cool.
and keep it in my mind. I think that again, ending on a positive note on all the challenges ahead. I think that the future can be also good for a lot of the things that we do, a lot of the works that are out there. But if we take good care of ourselves, and if we incorporate all of this volatility, uncertainty, all of this complexity in the right manner into jobs and into people's capabilities to bring the best out of them. But then after that is done, it's also upon us as individuals to see, is this the right place for me to be in terms of an organization, in terms of a job, and take ownership of your own career, and have a growth mindset also as you own that career going forward.
And would that be for everyone or for HR professionals?
I think that's for everyone.
Yeah.
And is there a way in which the HR profession needs to change? Is just perhaps in one word, Perry, from what we've said now, I think the word is speed. Perhaps it's speed or adaptability.
Versatility.
Versatility.
Yeah. I think that's something we've got within us, and we've almost like constricted ourselves with certain professional disciplines. I think we can show that we can be the most versatile part of any corporate function.
Like it, Daniel. How can we sum up how HR needs to be?
I agree to that. I think that we need to be masters of our trade, but also be the dot connectors that can go to all of the clients that we serve, to all of the people that we serve, and connect the dots so that they know where they may take the organization, where they may take their careers as well as individuals.
Brilliant. I love that. I had never thought of HR in that way before. They are the connectors.
Yep.
Thank you so much to you both.
Thank you, Isabel.
Thank you.
I'm going to hand over to Monica.
Daniel.
Very much, Isabel, and thank you, Daniel, and of course, thank you, Perry. And thank you indeed to all the speakers that have joined us today and for the journey you have taken us on. Thank you for being part of the Learning Exchange. Stephen began today's Learning Exchange by talking about the challenges leaders are facing, trying to navigate one of the most volatile business landscapes the world has seen since the Industrial Revolution. But throughout the day, we have seen how those challenges can be transformed into change when met with creativity, openness, and a human-centered approach. I would like to offer just 3 final observations from this afternoon on how that can be achieved. So firstly, the opportunities offered by the technological revolution and AI will only be realized by empowering people to grasp them, and that in turn will allow us to keep humans at the very center. Second point, by being aware of the different needs at the different level, departments and teams within your organization, you can not only identify the correct solution, but harness their unique experience to create your own learning opportunities. And then last but not least, people leaders can often get stuck by beginning the conversation actually with HR at HR level. Instead, start the conversation with the people in your organization first, and then ask how HR can respond to that. And now there is only one last big thanks to give, and that is to you, to our beautiful audience. Thank you so much for giving us your time today, your energy, for challenging us with questions, and for sharing with us your observation throughout the entire afternoon. Thank you for being part of the Learning Xchange 2023. And from all of us here from the FT studio in London, goodbye.